a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning, and you have tuned into the breakfast show on BusinessDay Television. It's a beautiful Thursday, you must agree, and a beautiful morning, and I must also agree with you. We have all packed up and ready to keep you going, so thank you for joining us this wonderful Thursday. I am Onyeka Valentine, and I will be your host this morning for the breakfast show, making sure that everything that you need is coming your way unfiltered. So let us run into this. We've got two segments on the breakfast show, and it's becoming in ways that you will stay glued with us. The headlines from the banter running through, most definitely. Let us start with this story. It says, electricity restored in Aba after 11 hours of outage caused by gas shortage. Again, it says electricity restored in Aba after 11 hours of outage caused by gas shortage. You know, a lot of people will agree that Aba for a while now have been in the news for great stuff when it has to giving electricity. And without a doubt, Governor, Oti has given a lot of reasons for people to start businesses and keep their business run in such a way that they'll be able to get a lot out of it. So would we see where those who live in Aba will give him a bit of hall pass and excuse on that? Never know, but has he been doing well? All that is for you to decide. All right, so yes, electricity restored in Aba after 11 hours of outage caused by gas shortage. It's a big issue. But well, it must go on. All right, second one here says, update on National Assembly of Resident Doctors strike. Again, it says update on National Assembly, right? National Association of Residents Doctors, right? Strike. And so the big question here is simple, right? Will the doctors now decide to say this should be the mother of all strikes so that way they get what they want? We've seen strike on and on, right? In and out. And we wonder, will there be a point when we can afford to now say these strikes will no longer happen? Will federal government meet them halfway? These are questions that need answers. So when we say updates on National Association of Resident Doctors and issues surrounding the strike, we truly mean that for what it's worth, should the doctors at this point now say, give us what we want, or we will not back down. We hope this doesn't end up in a stalemate, and we hope that they meet them where they're supposed to be met so that great things happen. Doctors are highly needed to keep us alive. All right, this and many more coming your way. After that, we do have a newspaper review where we have a lot of points from the Punch. We also have from the Vanguard. And of course, if you stay with us further, we'll give you one from the Nation and from our mother deck here, the BusinessDay. So all this coming your way. I've just teased up a lot of stories for you. You want to stay with us. So when we come back, let us dig deep in and see what the papers are saying. We hear that Chief of Army Staff has a different opinion about what happened between Minister Wike and A.M. Yerima, the young naval officer. Stay with us. We'll be right back. This is Business Day Television. I'm Yaka Valentine is my name. We'll be right back.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities. With millions of followers across social media, and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Once we made the world's red gold palm oil that built nations. We wove ashoke that told our stories. We crafted leather that walked across continents. Today, we are doing it again. But this time, we own the narrative, powered by makers, artisans, designers, chefs, and dreamers who believe local is the new global. Business Day's Go Local Summit 2025 brings them all together. Go local, from raw potential to market power. For exhibitions, sponsorship or partnerships, call Rachel on 0806 420 3499 or send a mail to rachel.edache@businessdayonline.com.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, And if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Indeed, Nigeria will be ascendant in our lifetime. You hear that gentleman over there? One of our wonderful shows. He was being interviewed, yes, by Obidike there in Triumphs Against Odds. All right, welcome back. Onyeka Valentine's my name. We still have our newspaper all lined up for you. Like I did promise you, the stories are well packed. But more importantly, they will give you an insight of what's going on in the country. Let's start up with our own here, the BusinessDay newspaper, like you know, our sister. And they have a lot all lined out here, different stories. Let us start with what's going on with the top header here. It says, Nigeria fuels IHS towers, strong Q3 as firm lifts 2025 guidance. Take it again. Nigeria fuels IHS towers, strong Q3 as firms lift 2025 guidance. You can find that one in page 28 on the top left there of the BusinessDay newspaper. Also, the big story here says, stocks rebound as CGT clarity restores investors' confidence. Again, it says, stocks rebound as CGT clarity restores investors' confidence. I'll give you more into that story so you can obviously, yes, understand where we're coming from with this. And by the way, it is by written by Inhahi Mwachuku, our fantastic in-house writer. It says Nigeria's stock market rebounded, okay, on Wednesday, November the 12th, gaining 2.89%, right? And of course, 2.6 trillion naira. That's exactly where we're heading to with that. As improved clarity on capital gains tax, CGT, boosted investors' confidence. So you see, in a time when the international world might be thinking that Nigeria is not doing well, this indices kind of proves otherwise. So all the great investors should think twice to begin to say, is Nigeria the new spot to come invest? Now we're looking at 30 December around the corner. If I was an investor, shouldn't I put my money on green, white, green? All right, so move on to the next story here. It says, 28 states owe retirees a whooping sum of 626.81 billion naira in unpaid pension and gratuities. Again, it says 28 states owe retirees a sum up of 626.8 billion naira in unpaid pensions and gratuities. Stories like this gets us wondering, is it that the money that they have, they use on other things and not thinking about the well-being of our retirees and those who have retired and actually need their gratuity to survive? These are big questions, and you begin to ask yourself more questions. What we do here is that we ask those questions, hoping that you can be able to give us the answers that we need, because insights like this will make you begin to wonder, are we in the right direction? Knowing that not too long ago, some few days ago, there was an issue surrounding NNPL, right? The Senate is saying that they will not agree with their breakdown and excuse of missing trillions of naira. If such money was brought into the pension scheme to help cover up this debt, wouldn't the retirees feel a bit better? A bit of fresh air, you can call that. So there it says 28 states owe retirees some of 626.8 billion naira in unpaid pensions and gratuity. Something to think about. It breaks down there. It says Nigeria pension and gratuity obligation continues to expose the fragility of state finance, with only 8 out of 36 states, 8 out of 36 states, right, that are free. And you begin to wonder, where is the money? Why are they not being paid? All right, more into that. We have more stories over here. And by the way, you can find that one in page 30 of the BusinessDay newspaper. You cannot miss it for the world. Let's jump up and see what's going on with the Punch. Switch gears. This way, we hope the Punch gives us something to think about while Nigerians throw punches at those who are owing salaries and owing retirees. But in this other case, a different story altogether. It says, and which is the headline here, ex-generals fume as FG orders probe. Again, it says ex-generals fume as FG orders probe. And like you know what's going on right now, the uprising, or better still, you know, the issue which is still in the news of the face-off of Wike, the Minister of FCT, who face-off of Wike and the young Navy officer. So in the middle of all that, we're still seeing the ex-generals fume as FG orders probe and begin to wonder, why is this coming now? Was this in the pipeline before that incident that happened yesterday? Well, we ask questions. You decide. But anyways, in the Punch, it says FG ex-generals, fume as FG orders probe. You can find that one in page 2 and 3 of the Punch. Interesting. And he also says, like I did say, it says Wike naval officer clash. And right after that, we have this headline. Is that getting to us something? It says FCT Minister Yerima face-off sparks concern over civilian-military relationship. If you've been in social media for a while, you will see what's going on. Of course, the video has been circulating how the young officer stood his ground and told his men to maintain their ground after the minister of the FCT, Wike himself, stepped in and tried to break through, but the men said no. A lot of reactions have been going on social media. Those who might draw in meaning have said that the man, the young officer, stood his ground and has gotten a lot of commendations. Others have different opinions to it. Others say that he was wrong. Some say he was right, and others are giving him all the accolades, saying it was good that he stood his ground, right? And of course, we've seen response from the Chief of Army Staff and the former Chief of Army Staff, and of course, the 7 ones all said that the young man did nothing wrong. But in the midst of all that, rather in the midst of all that, we still see that ex-generals fume as FG orders probe. All right, you can find that one in page 2 and 3. You cannot miss it for the world. Below there, it says, be fair, truthful in government criticism, Tinubu tells editors. And this one, obviously, the finger is pointed at those in the media. It says, be fair, truthful in government criticism, Tinubu tells editors. You can see that one in page 17 and get the full detail. If we have the time, we'll probably break it down for you. But again, I'll also say go get the Punch and then see full details about that. It's not done. Below there is more. It says, that's down to your left. It says, PDP insists on Ibadan convention amid court orders. Again, it says PDP insists on Ibadan convention amid court orders. And you begin to wonder, are politicians trying to boycott the rule of law? Aren't we governed by rules again in our country? Isn't the legislation, the court arm that gives all the details, shouldn't they be respected? These are many more which we think about and ask those questions that need answers. Again, it says here, PDP insists on Ibadan convention amid court orders. You can see the details in page 2. Hopefully, there should be a common ground. This country is a wonderful place, and we want the country to continue. And everyone should respect rule of law. But PDP is now saying that the convention will go on in Ibadan. What do you think? All right. Another story here. Let's move over to something close to entertainment. It's Mohbad's family demands fresh probe. Bars wife from using surname. Again, it says Mohbad's family demands fresh probe. Bars wife from using surname. For those of you who don't know who Mohbad is, he passed on a while ago. Of course, fantastic artist and musician. And the family, they're still not convinced, and they believe foul play is still in the midst. So they are saying, look, We don't want the wife to be close enough to his name, stop using the name, and then they're hoping that, that case could be opened again. For those of you who have been following the story, you should know there's not a new story. It has been there in the news. And so this is a follow-up one saying Mohbad's family demands fresh probe. Bah's wife from using son name. You can see that one in page 4 and 5 of the Punch. All right. To the very top here, let us take one or two. It says, National Assembly approves Tinubu's 1.15 trillion domestic loan. Again, it says, National Assembly approves Tinubu's 1.15 trillion domestic loan. Page 22. Right? I mean, we already know that when you talk about loans, something comes in, most definitely, which is interest. Our nation has gone through a lot. Even if this loan pulls through, will we be able to pay the interest in the future? Food for thought. Anyways, you can find our story, page 22. It says, National Assembly approves Tinubu's 1.13 trillion domestic loans. The very top there also says, page 12, this reps probe 20 trillion abandoned federal properties. Again, reps probe 20 trillion abandoned federal properties. And if you remember, I said something in the former newspaper there about retirees. You can imagine if all this money was put into the retirees and those who are supposed to get their pension, wouldn't they have a great smile on their face? We ask the questions. You obviously could draw your own conclusions. Anyway, it's there, page 12. You can find out in the Punch. Reps probe 20 trillion abandoned federal properties. In page 17 of the same Punch, it says, my critics now praise me, says Obasanjo. Again, it says, my critics now praise me, right? Says Obasanjo. You can see that one in page 17, right? Most definitely. And more will come your way, all right? So let's take a quick break. When we come back, we still have Vanguard waiting for us. This is a breakfast show. Nika Valentine is my name. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Once we made the world's red gold palm oil that built nations. We wove ashoke that told our stories. We crafted leather that walked across continents. Today, we are doing it again. But this time, we own the narrative, powered by makers, artisans, designers, chefs, and dreamers who believe local is the new global. Business Day's Go Local Summit 2025 brings them all together. Go local, from raw potential to market power. For exhibitions, sponsorship, or partnerships, call Rachel on 0806 420 3499 or send a mail to rachel.edache@businessdayonline.com.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind there. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background. which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today. Welcome back. It is still BDTV, and the breakfast show is still on. When we took that break, we gave you Punch. Before that, we also gave you Business Day. But of course, I didn't do it alone. Now we have all the papers that we're going to look into. And Lizzie is already here with us. So Lizzie, are you ready for us this morning?
Absolutely. Good
All right,
morning.
so Vanguard is yours to break down. What do we have in the Vanguard?
Right, this morning, good morning, viewers. Elizabeth Musa here. Quite an interesting morning as Lagos traffic and all of these things that happen. It's festivity, so what do you expect? But let's see what we have on the front page of the Vanguard this morning. Tinubu backs NG's proposal for media tax relief and VAT exemption. This is on page 5 of the Vanguard paper this morning. And on page 8 says Wike, no officer or soldier on lawful duty will be punished. This is from the defense minister. And on page 8 of the paper this morning, it says presidency clarifies Trump's threat not behind NGX sell-offs. And this is on page 8 of the Vanguard paper this morning. On page 49 of the paper, it says PDP court extends order permitting national convention till Friday. On page 49 of the papers this morning, on page 19 of the papers, inadequate gas throws geometric power into first blackout in 90 days. Page 67 says 2026 FIFA World Cup playoffs. Super Eagles under pressure, undeterred. Super Eagles under pressure, undeterred. On page 12 of the paper, this morning, anniversary, Okpebolo hails Edo's rebirth, reels out achievement. On page 9 of the papers this morning, right-of-way crisis. Telco's operating costs soar to 5.8 trillion naira. And this is from the NCC. On page 9 of the papers this morning, UN names Nigeria, Mali among 16 hunger crisis hotspot. I must say that one shocked me, was a shocker to me. On page 48 of the papers this morning, Ogbaegbena announces Leke Leke platform to challenge global content dominance. Those are some of the things on the front page of the papers this morning. I must say that Vanguard has quite an interesting spread this morning. But let's talk about the first one here. It says Tinubu backs NG's proposal for media tax relief. The writer goes on to say that irresponsible reporting undermines democratic stability, asks editors to criticize but not damage Nigeria. Also went on to say there won't be electoral integrity without democracy. This is from Uzodinma. As NGE seeks tax relief, low interest loans to rescue distressed media sector. And I did see one of the videos yesterday, from President Tinubu, where he had mentioned that with social media, everyone is now a publisher, and I did agree with that. I mean, it sounds tongue in cheek, but yeah, there is no with social media, there's no sort of gatekeeping. It's like everyone could be the news publisher, everyone could be the platform. That's the thing with social media. Page 8, this one of the no officer or soldier on lawful duty will be punished, from the defense minister. We did see the video of the
circulating around social media.
Yes, with the FCT minister, Nyesom Wike, and the young, the young military officer who says, I'm on duty, I'm only doing my job. And it's caused quite a stir on social media, right? There have been people who said, oh, perhaps the military officer was doing too much. And there are also people who said that the minister was put in his place because he had no, right to, speak to the officer that way. Regardless of whatever his position could have been, being a minister or whatnot, doesn't take away the fact that people must do their jobs, which that young man was doing. And we don't see that often these days in Nigeria, with especially when people see those in power. It suddenly just seems like automatically they think that it's like, oh, it's Val. Val is Minister of FCT, please.
So we should be giving all the...
Yeah, so if whatever the rules are, they suddenly become null and void when it comes to... But he stood for it, although some people are of the opinion, like, look, it's like what you like to say, when two elephants fight, because when we go behind the scenes, yes, we are all standing, that's always a tricky part of social media, because we're all standing for him on social media, everyone is supporting, drumming up support, but when whatever it is that could happen, because we don't know, none of us will have the power. It's like what's going on with Regina Daniels, her husband. We can only drum up support. We can only say this, but it's me that will go and fight the actual battle. So, but well done to the military officer. However, one thing that leaders need to get right, especially politicians, those of them in government, is they need to also respect the laws of the country. They're not above the law. They need to... I think his conduct was very poor.
It was very poor.
Absolutely poor. He didn't have any rights to, speak to the young man like that. I mean, respect is actually reciprocal. So you don't have to speak to... You can pass your message or express your displeasure without speaking to him like that. But I'm sure that lessons have been learned on both sides. I hope so.
Well, I mean, truth be told, if you look at it closely, you will know that for someone who is used to being, quote unquote, worshipped, he found it very difficult wanting to back down from the young military officer. And so, like they say, when power intoxicates, absolute power intoxicates absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
That was so clear in that particular issue. However, I believe that, or put it this way, what Wiki could have done was, before even getting himself to site with those other, police officers and everything, why not call the so-called person who has sent him there? He could have had a far more matured conversation at that level, instead of coming all the way to the site to come and prove his point. And at the end of the day, he was flawed. So, I mean, for what it's worth, it goes to show that whoever it is that needs answer, should think twice, because every reaction, right, comes from a point of action, as the case may be. Anyway, so I think we still have more time. Do you have to have more things, more stuff on your Vanguard?
On the front page of the Vanguard this morning, I think we should talk about sport, but we talk about that much later. But on the back of Trump's threat, to Nigeria, we did see that the NGX faces worst day in history. 2 days, was it 2 days ago? Yes, with the NGX sell-off. So the presidency is clarifying today on page 8 that Trump's threat is not behind NGX sell-off, although all indications were sort of linked to Trump's threat, affecting investor confidence and all of that. But presidency, maybe as a way of trying to ease the pressure or douse tensions in the country, says that it's not Trump's threat has nothing to do with NGX sell-off. Let me read a little bit. It said, Chairman of the Presidential Committee on Tax Policy and Fiscal Reforms, Taiwo Oyedele, has dismissed claims that the recent sell-off in the Nigerian capital market, which resulted in the loss of 4.6 trillion naira, which is the most, the highest we've ever seen, was triggered by foreign investors reacting to US President Donald Trump's comment about Nigeria. He also said in a statement that the disposals within 12 months with total proceeds not exceeding 150 million naira and total gains not exceeding 10 million naira would be exempt from capital gains tax from January 1, 2026. He also went on to say that the capital market is always an up and down sell-off, and even after the sell-off, which was yesterday, returns are still slim to about 40% and in dollar terms about 50%. And this remains one of the best performing markets in the world, and we want it to do even better. But there's no market where things continue to always go up. This is from the chairman of the Presidential Committee on Tax Policy and Fiscal Reforms. He also noted that investors tended to take profit after extended periods of gains, leading to momentary declines, which should not be misinterpreted as panic actions. Well, that's from the presidency. Maybe this is just to tell everyone to just calm down a little bit. I mean, there was a little bit of tension in the air since on Tuesday, but from the presidency, they're saying everything is in order. It has nothing to do with this. Things go up, things come down. PDP goes on to say, court extends order permitting national convention till Friday. That's in the world of politics. Inadequate gas throws geometric power into first blackout in 90 days. And on the anniversary here in Edo State, Okpebolo hails Edo's rebirth, reels out achievement. Well, as someone from Edo State will say, a lot has been happening in Edo State. Yes, a lot has been happening in Edo State. Yes, they've made some really bold moves in terms of the kind of even the people now that are in leadership. So maybe coming from the governor of the state of Okpebolo hailing Edo's rebirth, I would say kudos and well done to the governor. Yes, we do hope it's sustainable. I think at the end of the day, we have to always keep a very positive outlook, in any of these things. Leadership is not easy. It's always easy to, be on the, condemn, the side that is critic side. It's always easier. It's easier said than done. It's always when people wear the shoes, then they know where the shoe pinches or where the shoe hurts. But it's always easy for people to say, oh, you should have done this, you should have done that. But in terms of how to actualize it, it's only the person in that position that does. So I'll just say well done, and I hope that Edo State will continue on this path that they're on, so that in the next 4 years, in the next few years, we'll see an Edo State that is more transformed than it is. Because Edo State is rich with history. Is one of the richest, one of the richest, states in Nigeria in terms of, like you said, art, culture. There's deep history there. So we're looking forward to a time where people are not just coming. I mean, when we get to November, I'm talking about the traffic situation along this axis. When we get to November, ending October and November, we already are in the, it's called the Art Week, you know. So we have Design Week, we have Lagos Fashion Week, we have Art X, which is like, so that season happens to be where all of these activities are happening, and everything is happening in Lagos, and you understand why we're facing this traffic, because it's not even on the mainland, then happens on the island. So everyone is literally making their way there. So why I'm saying this is, we need to see when what happens if we have Art X in Edo State.
So the good thing is that people who understand that they can make money from these art exhibitions and art conferences and conventions need to really come up and let the government know, look, Edo is not just a hub when it comes to passing through, can actually make a lot of money. But this is a challenge now. Are they more focused on that?
No, so here's the thing. Apparently, because, you know, I've spoken to some of the people, you know, like the organizers of all of these things and in this arts tourism space. So they're talking about the conversation that they actually want Lagos to be, you know, sort of like the cultural capital of Africa. Okay. But the thing is, yes, that's fine, but it's at the end of the day, the experience that people are supposed to have when they're coming into the country, you know, right now there are a lot of expatriates around, a lot of people from diaspora. I mean, 30 December, Lagos, I think it's lovely, but the experience is defeated if I'm getting to the place and I'm really exhausted. You know, people get to and I want, yes, and I want to get to all of this place. I want to have the experience. I want to have the experience at Design Week. I want to have the experience at Fashion Week. I want to have the experience at Art X. If I'm getting all of these places and I can't easily, so if I'm in other parts of the world, right? Milan Week is happening, you know. There's something else happening in another state, but here everything is in Lagos. Everything is on the island. So, and you're finding that. So I saw someone, she was sharing with me about how she, in trying to get to Design Week, Fashion Week, Art X, all these places are typically not too far from each other, but she's spending 2 hours from getting to here. It's crazy when I'm explaining to people that just from getting to here to here, a place where normally I'll get within 15-20, I'm now spending hours. The experience is defeated. If you're, I'm a Nigerian, I'm even frustrated. I'm a Lagosian. Someone that's coming is like, someone from America is like,
could be hit with traffic.
What then is this experience? Because by the time I'm getting to one of these events and I'm getting at the tail end, what's the experience? You know, all the vibe I've been talking about, like you must experience that to December. So yes, they want to make Lagos a cultural capital, but I think that many of these other states, it's nice to see Okpebholo, you know, hailing Edo's rebirth and achievement. But I think that one thing, and I have to give it to Governor Sanwo-Olu and all of the past governors of Lagos State because of their forward-thinking approach. Many of all these other governors have to start thinking about to position their states in a way that these states can become because truly, if I'm thinking of this as a cultural capital, I don't want to take it to another state. Yes, Abuja is there, it's lovely.
Because revenue is out there to be made.
Yes, but but if you guys make your state, we can now marketable. It's about you being a marketable individual. It's about the state being marketable. Then we can now say, oh, this time around, and everyone will have to adjust, because when they're saying it's in Port Harcourt this time, it's in Edo State. Really? You know, normally everyone, what they're expecting to hear is Lagos. Okay, yes. It's in Edo State. Let's see what's about, and then make it something for them. I think that's the most important thing. Yeah, we have to move on. Let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day. I guess on Business Day, right? Yeah. So let's see what we have on the cartoon.
So what we have, cartoon of the day. Most definitely. While we look at the time, also look at it very quickly. I know Asukwa never gets to fail us, so for what it's worth, we have it there.
Yeah. So there's someone on a sick bed. And then you see who we know they're standing. It says, I know about your suffering, and I have come to remind you of your pain, but be patient. Interesting. I don't know what.
So it's very clear when they say be patient. Remember, actually, literally, is telling the person be patient. When you move someone who is sick to the hospital, the person becomes what? A patient. So you see now. It says be patient. So for how long do you want this person to become impatient? At some point, the person should look at healing, right? And then we see that the blood is not going to the right place.
Interesting.
So we're saying you will get well, don't worry. But one person needs to get well with, right, is going to someone else.
So This cartoon is quite interesting because that is so a drip or blood transfusion, is it?
Like sustenance.
Is that blood transfusion?
It is.
So why is it going to?
It's going to.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obejabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get everyone in Nigeria with a suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Once we made the world's red gold palm oil that built nations. We wove ashoke that told our stories. We crafted leather that walked across continents. Today, we are doing it again. But this time, we own the narrative, powered by makers, artisans, designers, chefs, and dreamers who believe local is the new global. Business Day's Go Local Summit 2025 brings them all together. Go local, from raw potential to market power. For exhibitions, sponsorship or partnerships, call Rachel on 0806 420 3499 or send a mail to rachel.edache@businessdayonline.com.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges. Because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Good morning. You're still watching the BDTV Breakfast Show right here on Business Day Television. This is Business Morning. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Let's bring you the news in detail. The Senate on Wednesday approved President Bola Tinubu's request to raise 1.1 trillion naira from the domestic debt market to bridge the funding gap in the 2025 budget. The approval followed the presentation and consideration of the report of the Senate Committee on Local and Foreign Debts, chaired by Senator Aliyu Wamako. Wamako was represented by plenary by the committee's vice chairman, Senator Haruna Manu, from the People's Democratic Party representing Taraba Central. In its report, the committee recommended the Senate approval of the additional borrowing to cover the 14.1 trillion naira deficit in the 2025 Appropriation Act, which increased following a review of the budget size. According to the report, the 2025 budget provides for total spending of 59.9 trillion naira, marking an increase of 5.2 trillion naira from the 54.7 trillion naira earlier proposed by the executive arm. Moving on, Lagos State government has rolled out a 25% subsidy on essential food items to provide relief to residents ahead of the festive season. The food subsidy will be available at the Lagos Fresh Food Hub in Mushin, offering staple foods like rice, beans, gari, and other essentials at reduced prices. Abisola Olusoya, Commissioner of Agriculture and Food Systems, revealed this in the press conference on Wednesday at Alausa Ikeja. Olusoya also announced the launch of the second phase of the Onje Core Farmers Subsidy Program to address the rising cost of key inputs by directly providing financial support for farmers. Still on, Nigeria's economic activities have maintained steady growth for 11 consecutive months as the Composite Purchasing Managers Index for October 2025 stood at 55.4 points. According to the Central Bank of Nigeria, this reflects continued expansion across key sectors of the economy, underscoring growing business confidence and improved output performance nationwide. The October 2025 PMI figure of 55.4 points represents an increase from 54.0 recorded in September 2025, signifying a stronger and broad-based expansion in aggregate economic activity. The CBN report highlighted that out of the 36 subsectors surveyed, 25 recorded expansion during the review period, marking the 11th consecutive month of economic growth. In the industrial sector, the PMI rose to 54.2 index point in October from 51 point in September, reflecting a notable improvement in industrial performance and sustained growth momentum, while further analysis revealed that 9 of the 17 subsectors surveyed within the industry group reported an increase in activity, confirming the sector's continued recovery and contribution to overall economic expansion. Now, to end the news, the United Nations has raised alarm over a worsening food crisis in Nigeria and 15 other global hunger hotspots, warning that millions could face famine between November 2025 and May 2026. This alert was contained in a joint publication released by the Food and Agriculture Organization and the World Food Programme. The United Nations identified Afghanistan, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Myanmar, Nigeria, Somalia, and Syria as countries of very high concern, while Haiti, Mali, Palestine, South Sudan, and Yemen were placed in the category facing an immediate threat of catastrophic hunger, corresponding to the highest phase. According to the report, the main triggers of food insecurity include armed conflict, economic instability, and severe weather conditions, adding that dwindling humanitarian funding has intensified the crisis, leaving millions more vulnerable to starvation. Let's go on a quick break, and when we're back, we'll be discussing our first topic today on Business Morning. Do stay with us. Welcome back. This is still the BDTV Breakfast Show. You're still watching Business Morning right here. And let's go straight into the conversation today. Nigeria's private sector credit soared by 75.9% in 2 years. And Nigeria's private sector has recorded one of its biggest jumps in recent years, rising by nearly 76% in just 2 years, according to the Central Bank of Nigeria. Analysts said the surge highlights growing lending confidence in the economy, but concerns remain about who truly benefits. Latest data from the Central Bank of Nigeria shows private sector credit climbed from 66.9 trillion naira in September 2023 to 117.7 trillion naira in September 2025, which is a massive 75.9% growth in 2 years. The increase reflects improved liquidity within the banking system, more aggressive lending policies, and stronger demand for business financing across major sectors. But experts warn that while the numbers look impressive, small and medium enterprises may still not be getting enough credit of the pie. The data also shows steady quarterly growth through 2025 despite tighter monetary conditions and high interest rates. Economists say sustaining this pace will depend on the central bank's ability to ease lending conditions, possibly through adjustments to the monetary policy rate and stronger enforcement of loan-to-deposit ratios among banks. For businesses, the rising credit levels offer a lifeline for expansion and job creation. But for regulators, it's a delicate balance, ensuring that credit growth remains productive and not a source of new financial risk. Nigeria's credit boom tells a story of renewed private sector activity and a banking system regaining confidence. The real test, however, is whether this surge will translate into inclusive and sustainable economic growth. Well, joining us this morning is one of my favorite in-house analysts, Mr. Mohammed Akonji. It's been a while, and it's good to have you here on the show this morning.
Good morning, Elizabeth. Thank you. This one is favorite. It's my pleasure being here again.
Right.
This morning.
Right. What are your initial thoughts? Let me first get the background on this story. What are your initial thoughts on this conversation?
Yeah. So I think it is still a pointer to the turning the corner discussion we'll be having about our economy. The last 2 years have actually been a very troubling time for Nigerians and Nigerians generally. But seeing some of these, these reforms driving home and seeing some of those impacts is quite posing a positive posture of where we're actually heading. So for us to be able to see, of course, today the focus is actually the credit to private sector, which is actually an important focus. And I'm sure I heard you from the news as well, you are reading about the PMI, which is the Purchasers Managers Index, to be able to see or showing how confident the managers, I'm talking about the purchasers, the manufacturers, how confident they are in terms of, the direction of the economy. So I think this is quite good, but we just have to be a bit cautious in terms of how expansive is the distribution. Hope it is not being concentrated in a few hands. You understand, at the expense of others, but I'm sure as discussion unfolds, we are going to be able to talk about that. So the central bank released the data that was on Tuesday to tell us that the loan to private sectors, the credit to private sectors, or to private sector generally, has actually been able to increase to like about 76%. Like you actually be able to read there. And remember that these are actually the catalysts. We're talking about those businesses are those that catalyze the economy. They are those that actually be able to stimulate the economy, to allow the economy to reach that level that we want it to be able to reach. So if you make loans available to them, you tend to be able to see the multiplier effect of such, of such policy. So it's a step in the right direction. But I'm sure, just like I said, by the time we're able to go on discussion, we're going to see, hope it is not being concentrated in few hands, Is it really getting down to the small businesses who are the major driver of employment, for example, as well as revenue to the government? So maybe we need to be able to look at that. But Central Bank telling us that is actually a very good step in the right direction.
We're also seeing that the article states that credit to the private sector rose from 66.9 trillion naira in September 2023 to 117.7 trillion naira in September of 2025, which is a 75.9% increase. What do you actually see as the key drivers behind this growth?
So, of course, it is not unconnected to central bank's latest policies. Most importantly, around the tightening of the monetary policy. I think that have actually been able to play a very vital role in that particular regard. So I think the central bank lately has actually been able to introduce some of these tight but a very targeted policy framework in terms of that. Then I think you also be able to mention that as well, the tightening of the policy and making it very much available, as well as the resilient demands, the resilient demands that will actually be able to have out there play a very, very key role in so just like I said, I think there are three important drivers, of this latest policy that we've seen. And the first of them, the question you asked about being the drivers, is one, the central bank's a very tight monetary policy stance, but a bit targeted. We are all very much aware of what the interest rate is, and I think you mentioned that as well as a major stumbling block. But the central bank trying to be able to put the interest rate, the monetary policy rate at that level, but at the same time channeling the funds to ensure that it is very much available to private sector players, I think play a very important role. We also see the case of resilient demands, a lot of important opportunity, business opportunity coming up for private sector players to be able to play a very important role as well in that particular space. And I think thirdly is development finance push. The central bank, together with the fiscal policy, is actually instructing banks, giving directive to banks to ensure that they provide loans to development finance initiatives, especially in the real sector. So I think these are actually the important drivers that have actually been able to increase, that funding to the private sector in the last 3 years. So those policies that the central bank has implemented, you understand, tend to be able to make this credit very much available for, the businesses and the players in that particular private sector space. So a very tight monetary policy, but it's being targeted, just like I said, a tight policy is there, but they ensure that the central bank, in fact, directed a larger chunk of their overnight lending to be able to go towards banks now to make credit available. The loan to deposit ratio as well, which was actually reduced, in terms of saying, if you receive 100 naira as a bank, you deposit 100 naira as a bank, how much are you expected to be able to keep? You understand? To be able to give out as loans in terms of what you actually be able to put out there as deposit. So the reduction in that as well gave banks the opportunity to be able to lend a lot of money, you understand, out there to private sector players, and people are actually able to do that. And I think development financing option as well, that the central bank see as a way of driving growth. We're talking about initiative that will be able to drive growth and not just be able to lock down money somewhere. I think some of those important drivers that have actually be able to make us reach the level that we have.
Right, but you think that it's actually sustainable, given the context of Nigeria's current macroeconomic regulatory environment? Is it sustainable?
So at the interest rate that we had, 27%, yes, it's still huge. The rates we're talking about, by the time they pay back, we're talking about paying back may be a bit difficult because of the level of interest rate. But the central bank has told us consistently that the reason for the double-digit monetary policy rate that we have is as a result of, the inflationary level. And now that we are getting a hang, right, we're actually getting a hold of the inflation, and we're having consecutive months of deceleration in inflation. So I expect that by the time inflation eases, foreign exchange that is stabilizing as well, and then some of those bank safeguards, you understand, bank risk premium too, they also hold. I think that it can actually be sustainable, although there will be level of vulnerability if some of those macroeconomic shock persist, which we already know. So if we can be able to get a hold of inflation, the interest rate reduces, foreign exchange stabilizes, you understand, and then there is actually a lot of money pumping up a lot of money in the system, in terms of expenditure. We're talking about private sector expenditure. If it increases, it tends to actually be able to provide us the opportunity to see element of sustainability in that. However, if this persists, as I said, if some of those key vulnerabilities, inflationary pressure, foreign exchange instability, if they persist, we might still be able to have element of vulnerability. But when you look at central bank report and what central bank has actually been doing recently, there appears to actually be some semblance of stability in the system. And once there is stability there, which is actually their core mandate, you tend to see that it's going to feed into sustainable practices, sustainable policy when it comes to this particular regard. So I think something that we actually be able to expect. And the central bank to understand the fact that credit to private sector or private sector credit, as the case may be, in fact, it's a global benchmark, you understand, to be able to see how resilient the bank's balance sheet is, as well as, more importantly, how it tends to be able to it give us, you know, a good panoramic view of the contribution of these banks, the private sector itself, to the national economy. So I think we should expect some level of stability, some level of sustainability, sorry, if the macro stability that we are witnessing at the moment, if it persists, definitely. But if we could not be able to get the hang of it, and some of those vulnerable, some of those macro shocks, you know, that we witnessed in 2024, I'm sure most of us, both of us here, have actually been here talking about some of those shocks, you know, exchange rate that have actually bolted at the time, inflation that was biting so hard. But luckily now, it seems things actually be able to take shape, and that tend to be able to, that should feed into sustaining such policy and such practice.
Right, and let's talk about some of the sectoral and distributional effects that this might also have. The article mentions concerns about uneven distribution of credit, specifically that small businesses are not likely to benefit much. From your perspective, what measures can ensure more inclusive credit allocation?
Thank you. So I think I look at the books. And I look at the records when the central bank released the figures. And then you see that the distributional effect, that's what I'm talking about, is a bit slanted towards, should I say, the established businesses or the established corporations, and skewed against small businesses. 80 to 85% of businesses in Nigeria are small scale. It's just about 15 to 20% that are, you know, these large conglomerates, these big sector players, you know, that can be able to engage in big transactions. Yeah, because of the risk exposure of banks to have to be able to guard themselves behind risk exposure. You don't just want to be able to throw the money down the drain. You need to be able to give it to businesses that are well established, that at least you can actually be able to trace the channel. Also, but it's also important that we expand the distribution effect. I'm going to talk about some of this that can be done, because if it gets down to all these small businesses, that is where we'll be able to see the impact on a larger scale. So maybe one thing there is the need for banks to be able to introduce, you know, an all-inclusive credit allocation system. Yeah, the government can be able to come in with credit guarantees to ensure that maybe some of these businesses can actually be given that support, you understand, such that the bank exposure itself will be minimized. These businesses will not be able to put the banks at risk, you know, by actually be able to give loans to them. So of course, we need some credit guarantees for them, and risk sharing strategy that can actually be able to come in. And then maybe some sort of data-led scoring strategies too, you know, data scoring risk strategy to say, yeah, before we can give you these loans, let's be able to introduce some metrics, you understand? So if you be able to meet this particular metric as a business, you have access to this loan. I think that should also be able to help. So instead of actually be able to just discriminate against them, I'm carefully choosing my words there, against some of these businesses, maybe there should be some, you know, metrics to say that, yes, if we have this, if you actually be able to meet up with all these criteria, you will get this loan. So, but because I've had a whole lot of them complaining about banks, you know, tend to actually be able to turn the blind eye. I'm talking about small businesses with potentials, with prospects. But because of saying, oh, do you have 5 years cash flow? Let us be able to see your books in the last 5 years. We're talking about business that is just coming up in a year or two that needed to scale, for example, and needed to actually be able to make that important contribution. So if you look at that 76% or 75.9%, as we say it, 5% of credit to the private sector, it tends to skew against small businesses. And as I said, they are very important in job creation. They are very important in contribution to the economy. So I think the central bank is trying to be able to encourage the banks, stimulate them to ensure that they also be able to focus by actually looking at all these businesses. So I think that's one of the major downside of that 75.9% you're saying. But as I said, we will not be able to blame the banks. We're talking about you need to be able to mitigate your own exposure as well. You don't just want to be able to give money out there and you could not be able to trace it. So they are there. But the small businesses, we need to actually be able to pay attention to them. Especially, so we refer to that as like an expansive distribution mechanism. I think it is very important. And then, you know, spread this to ensure it goes around, rather than just be able to give it to, you know, the big businesses or the large scale conglomerates or the large scale corporates who maybe will be able to have, yes, they have significant role to play, but maybe a bit minimal when it comes to volume. When it comes to the mass market, that's what I mean by that. So these small businesses that tend to be able to plug those holes, you know, in the mass market, as the case may be. So it is important. By the time we want to get the third quarter report, at least you'll be able to give us an idea as to where we are. most of the businesses now are actually being confident in the economy. So once the economy is actually going to the green, it's a good indication that, of course, the credits to them, I mean, to the private sector, will also trickle down to the small businesses.
Are there any sectors that you believe have seen the greatest benefit from this credit expansion?
Okay,
Are we leaving any behind?
Of course, after SMEs, I think we're able to mention them. I think we've actually been able to leave SMEs behind to a very reasonable extent. Yeah, banks are doing enough. I won't say they have not actually been able to do anything in that regard anyway. But I still feel like SMEs, less attention is being paid to them. Then when you're able to look at, I think Greek as well at the time, the loan, because that's what I'm saying, when you look at the books, when you look at the credit to the private sector, you see that it's actually more dominated by blue chip big companies, big sectors. You will see telecom, you see oil and gas, you see insurance, for example, tend to actually be able to take the larger chunk of those credits. And very, very meager or very, very small or little amount have those actually be able to go to other sectors. So SME, for example, SME, Greek actually be able to complain bitterly as well in terms of what they actually be able to have access to. And then I think manufacturing also complain about the same thing as well in terms of, getting the act. Remember, it's loans from the banks. So sometimes the banks are always a bit more facing to sectors that they feel comfortable with. I think let me be able to put it that way. And that is why maybe credit guarantee scheme will be there. A kind of a guarantee to ensure that these banks can actually be guaranteed, to ensure that they can actually be able to face some of these, of course, high-risk sectors as well. We're talking about risky sectors. Risky in terms of you give the money to them, you may not be able to get it back. But when governments, through central bank, are able to provide such guarantees, you understand, to say you are covered, you understand, or you are guaranteed if anything happens, maybe it will allow the banks to actually be having more focus, more posturing towards some of these sectors. So because if you look at that, just like I said, SME, more importantly, are those that are heavily affected. And SMEs could cut across different sectors as well. But the fact that they are still small scale, and most of the nano businesses, I'm sure, of course, woman, and especially women at home. In fact, we're talking about nano businesses, those that are selling from home. The kind of things, the contributions they are making to the economy, we call them nano businesses. They don't have shops of their own. They don't have, like a physical location where they go. But it could be like a food vendor, for example, cooking from home, or just a woman that's actually be able to make ends meet by, it can be tailoring business or things like that. And you see
so many of them.
But banks are not trying to be able to look at them.
Makeup artists.
Thank you very much. You're talking about those ones that are there. The banks will be looking at how will I be able to get this money back from somebody that's supposed to trade at home. That is where the problem is like. Unlike talking about an MTN, for example, you cannot be able to compare those. So this is where the central bank, as the safeguard, as the case may be, we need to be able to come in to give guarantees to the bank to say these businesses here are important contributors to the economy, and when you give such loans to them, to some of the policies they have implemented as well, especially the loan to deposit ratio, central bank has increased that to ensure that at least banks keep little amount in their deposits and then more in terms of loans. Because that's like saying, so let me say, I take 100 now to GT Bank, for example, or to a bank. If the loan to deposit ratio is about 55%. It simply means that the 55 naira out of the amount should be kept in the bank in case you as a customer deposit it come around. Then the remaining 45 should go out to lenders out there. So the central bank is trying to do a lot in that regard to ensure that more money is actually in the system to ensure that you're able to stimulate the economy.
I think my last question will be in terms of you talked about the Central Bank of Nigeria. So in terms of the regulatory and monetary policy context itself, because the article itself suggests that future increases in private sector credit may depend on the Central Bank of Nigeria
that's their job anyway, so
lowering the monetary policy rates and enforcing banks' loan to deposit ratios. How would you assess this interplay between monetary policy and credit growth in Nigeria at present?
I think so. Interplaying the NPF now, we expect very soon by next month to be able to tell us the new NPF. So the 77% interest rate that we have. So I think there is that boundary, between maintaining that monetary policy and safeguarding the system. I think now 27% is still very high, right? We all agree with that because it simply means that for loans that the banks give out to private sector players, you are paying back at least at the minimum is 27%, right? 27.25%. And that's the minimum. Don't forget the asymmetric corridors. So it can actually be able to go to like about 30% on an annual basis. So I would think like at this point in time, the central bank can maintain tight stance because of inflation. We are not out of the woods yet, right? In the area of inflation. But at the same time, we could be considering selective easing, you understand? Maybe for private sectors, maybe for banks, institutions that are development finance oriented, you understand? Maybe we give them something like that can at least be able to provide that balance. So the credit upswing that that we're actually seeing now under the high MPR, it's very important that we balance out both. You understand? Trying to stabilize the economy, no doubt about that. But at the same time, we need to ensure we make credit available. And one way to be able to also make credit available is not only making it accessible, when you want to get the loan, is that paying back as well should be easier. You understand? And the only way it will be easier is to be able to lower the rates that you actually be able to pay on those amounts. So I think the central bank, just like the larger chunk, the lion's share of the bulk exactly falls with the central bank to ensure that as much as you're trying to stabilize the economy, you also wanted to be able to have a kind of a credit upswing. You understand? Making credit available, allow the economy to actually be able to stimulate the economy, arouse the economy as much as possible. More is actually needed in that regard, especially the NPR, just like I said. We needed to actually be able to do something about it. And with inflation going down, at least almost getting to the level of 15% we expect for this year. Remember, at the beginning of this year, when the budget was presented last year, the target was that by December, we should get to inflationary level of about 15%. And it appears that we're actually moving in that direction. So which means that the central bank should be easing off as well, on the tightening stance. I'm talking about monetary policy, the way they tighten it. Maybe they should actually be loosening up a little bit, you understand? And by loosening up a little bit, it allows the credit to actually be able to flow out there. Just like I said, credit availability is from loan to deposit ratio. The problem with the NPR is when they are repaying the money back. So to avoid default, you understand now, if the interest rate is very high, you tend to be able to discourage lenders from paying the money. So, and that is what the MPR would tend to be able to do. So if you don't hold it well, if you don't be able to control it, it will make it cumbersome, for lenders to actually be able to pay back the loans that they are.
So what do you anticipate for the next 12-24 months in terms of this credit growth and interest rates?
I think it is definitely going to actually be able, because this is, by now, in fact, our credit growth is one of the highest performing in Africa. We'll actually be able to look at that relative to other sub-Saharan African countries. So I think we expect some level of continuity in this regard, this upswing, credit upswing to actually be able to continue. But just like I cannot be able to overemphasize, is that monetary policy rate has a very critical role to play in this, in ensuring that there is sustainability. I think the question you asked earlier, in allowing this credit system to continue. We need to do something about monetary policy rates. The rate is, once it is at that particular rate, it tends to actually be able to kill off initiative, you understand, to be able to for banks to be able to give out the loans. So I expect a level of moderation in terms of moderate upswing, but maybe we're not able to get to 100% at that. Definitely we're not able to get that. Banks cannot give out all their deposits because the banks themselves are actually using deposits to be able to give out credit. So we expect that upswing, but a little bit moderated, but of course, a very slight growth. I think I expect that. And then interest rates, we expect gradual easing from now. Central bank needs to be able to do that. And banks now, which is what the Central Bank of North will be able to release to them, was that there should be sectoral lending patterns, focus on sectors. Maybe by now, let's see how they can actually be able to disaggregate it. I mean, away from focusing on the big players to ensure that you also be able to have manufacturing, real estate, for example, SME, just like we said, the role they actually be able to play. So we expect the banks to be able to go down to ensure that you make credit accessible, to all these sectoral patterns. So I think I expect that to actually be the case in the next 12 months or thereabout. So looking at my crystal ball, banks are seeing those as the growth enhancing posture. I mean, growth enhancing sectors, manufacturing, which is, of course, they're doing that now, but I think more is needed to be done in that regard. Agric as well, I think more is needed in that space. Agri value chain, energy and infrastructure. We expect more loans, more credits to actually be able to go to those particular space. So I think these are some of those things I expect. The outlook of the space to actually be like the next 12 to 24 months, as you asked.
All right, thank you so much. This is still the Business Morning right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. We'll take a quick break and be right back.
Money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Attention, want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome back. This is still Business Morning right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Our second conversation is quite interesting, and we're talking about Nigeria emphasizing macroeconomic stability as a key to attracting investors. The governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Yemi Cardoso, has declared that Nigeria does not need to actively persuade investors if the country maintains strong, predictable macroeconomic foundations. Speaking at the bank's 2025 executive seminar, he said, and I quote, "Stability and predictability are at the core of building investor confidence." Olayemi Cardoso noted that a credible inflation targeting regime enhances predictability and therefore encourages long-term investment. Again, he quotes, "You don't need to beg anyone to invest." He also emphasized that the era when approvals required personal connections at the bank is over, signaling a commitment to greater transparency. Highlighting a key risk for investor sentiment, Cardoso warned against a return to excessive government borrowing from the Central Bank of Nigeria, known as Ways and Means, noting that the steep ratios of prior years should not recall. He goes on to say that we must protect the stability achieved over the past 2.5 years. In parallel, the Minister of State for Finance, Doris Uzoka Anite, described Nigeria's economic challenges as structural rather than simply cyclical. She pointed to the joint creation of the Disinflation and Growth Acceleration Strategy, DGAS, by the Ministry of Finance and the CBN as a blueprint for repositioning the economy for greater productivity, competitiveness, and non-inflationary growth. She also emphasized reforms to reduce energy costs, simplify business registration, and improve engagement with government agencies as a key to boosting competitiveness. Well, I still have on the show with me Mohammed Akonji, who will be sharing with us and unpacking this story with us this morning. Speaking on the big picture itself, Mohammed, how important is this macroeconomic stability in determining investor confidence in a developing market like Nigeria?
Yeah, thank you again for having me, and it's good to be back again for the second half. So I think, of course, it is evident stability is the key. Two things that investors always look out for is stability and predictability. And I'm sure you're an investor as well. So you wanted to see that if you put your, first thing you wanted to see, maybe as a Nigerian consumers, you want to see that you go to the market, right? The bag of rice that you bought last month, the price actually remained reasonably the same, isn't it? Let's say, for example, you're buying for 50,000 now. What you found more more discomforting, for example, is that let's say you just go there a month after you're seeing it 100,000 naira. What do you think you feel? Just ask him. So investors as well tend to be able to leverage more stability. Is that important? I mean, when we think about monetary stability is macro stability, because it means that I put my money here and I'm sure that inflation is stable. The foreign exchange is actually be able to stable as well. I can actually be able to predict that in the next 6 months, this is what my money will yield. Just like a no-brainer that's actually expected out there. So stable fundamentals, are very, very important because they are what make you as an investor to stop second guessing what is going to happen, Abby. Because when the market is so unpredictable, that is why you can say, well, if I put my $1,000, for example, if I put this amount of money here, what is likely going to be able to happen to it? So it is very, very key. And that's just what we mentioned at the first half of the first segment, to ensure that the primary responsibility of the central bank, that's the core function, beyond anything, is to maintain that stability, price stability and economic stability, stabilization program. So because it is only in that realm of stability that people can plan, that people can be able to make projections to say, oh, if this economy is like this, I can say with this amount of money, this is what I can get. This is what will likely be able to happen. So it is when you have that. So investors as well will not second guess when we have this level of stability we are seeing. Now, let me take you a little bit back to memory lane, please. Can you remember maybe of this time last year? I'm very sure we are very much in that discussion when exchange rate was bolting every now and then. We said, this thing will go to 5,000. No. Can you remember that time? At the time, like, a lot of us were even scared.
I remember that.
And I'm sure you always see the panic in the air. What everybody is actually feeling. What's going to happen again now? Those wake up in the morning and they're telling you, do you know what Naira is again today? The next thing is you are thinking again, hey, what's going to happen? So let's go down to what is happening now. You tend to be able to see some calm, right, in the system, because that's what stability does. A period where there is a storm in a teacup, no one is actually sure what's going to happen. The Naira is this, inflation is like I'm going to touch something %. You go to the stores and things like that. So as investors, just like consumers as well, stability and predictability are important drivers, you understand, when it comes to where you want to put your money in. Because one thing that we to say is that capital is a coward. It's really go to a place where it can actually be able to have rest of mind. You understand? So an economy or a system that is unstable, capital will definitely be able to flow away from there. So it tends to actually be able to go to a place, or it tends to be able to go to a system or to an ecosystem, or to a terrain where it is actually a guarantee of safety. And that is what investors always be able to look out for.
Right. And the one thing that the Central Bank of Nigeria governor said, and I quote, he says, you don't need to beg anyone to invest if your fundamentals are right.
Very important. You don't need to beg again.
From an analytical standpoint, what are some of the fundamentals that matter the most?
Oh, okay. So, of course, the first one is inflation. You can't rule that. Okay. Inflation, maybe for local investors, 3 of them are just 3 key indicators or 3 key drivers: inflation, exchange rate, and interest rates. Those are 3 key macro fundamentals that are very key. Inflation, I think it is obvious. Once it gets to a double digit is not going to do us any good, both to the investors and we, even the debtors that we are taking the money from those investors. We're talking about Nigeria. So, and that is why the central bank is doing everything possible to get a very good hang, a very good control of our inflationary track. That is one. Interest rate, I think we spoke about that, because that is also very important. The interest rate will also go a long way to affect the returns that comes to the investors, because it's actually a game of return and risk. And the other one is foreign exchange stability. We are seeing stability. We are seeing stability in that now. Maybe that's why we can all actually be able to relax here and so that everything is fine. Yes, because of element of stability we are seeing in that. Right. So those key fundamentals, those 3 key fundamentals are what investors will look at anywhere in the world. It is just a global best practice that you look out for to say, okay, this is actually a good system to be able to invest in. And so what the CBN on like 10 doing the Mayfair this time, you always see a situation where we are jumping from more like window shopping from one economic summit to another at the globe. Say, please come. Yeah, the government is still doing that now. But you see that investors are very much confident in the system. I'll give an example. I forgot to have time. When the news of military invasion of Trump happened, remember it was just October 31st, just on the weekend, we just woke up and we saw on his Truth Social what he's trying to do. By Monday, November 3rd, or thereabout, I think Monday was November 3rd, if I'm not mistaken. If you look at our bond market, stock market, It did, because that's where the market reacted. Everybody's trying to be able to see. But what I'm saying there is, by Tuesday or Wednesday of that week, I'm talking about last week, the markets readjust itself. Everything went back to normal. That is the sign of confidence in the system. Do you understand? A thing that will be, there's always a time lag for that. Oh, this is Trump has strengthened. We don't know what's going to happen. Investors quickly want to rush in and take out their money because, oh, a country that's been threatened to be bombed. But on Wednesday of that, even that Wednesday last week, the federal government, the central bank raised the euro bond about $2.35 billion, $2.25 billion. And within 48 hours, please, it was oversubscribed. That's the company we're talking about, because it's a bond, the government want to borrow money, about $2.25 billion on the New York Stock Exchange. It was launched on New York and the London Stock Exchange. And within 48 hours, by Thursday last week, everything has been bought over. You've seen investors jumping on it to say, please, we want to be able to buy into this. At that point in time, I'm able to tell you, Algeria and Turkey listed yes as well, and it's still on the stock exchange till today. I'm just trying to be able to see the level of confidence that the investors are having in the system. So it is, that confidence is there. So you don't need to be able to beg. You just say, oh, we needed this money to be able to maybe supplement the budget, or to be able to support one government expenditure or the other, or to be able to provide this particular policy of this particular project of the government. And you see investors bringing in the money. We're talking about the euro bond that was done within just 48 hours. I'm sure you read that in the news as well here. So it is that confidence there. You need to be able to beg once the fundamentals, of course, which is the key question. Once the fundamentals are right, which are interest rates, inflation, exchange rate, the investor sentiment will definitely drive to you. And remember what I said, capital is a coward, which is the money. It will only go to a place where it is guaranteed of safety. So when your safety can be guaranteed that, okay, the return will definitely come here, you see the investors tripping into the system, into the economy.
And what are your thoughts on, predictability itself as being more important, in policy as against incentives when attracting investors?
So predictability itself, I think, is an incentive to them. You understand? Because I'm just saying, a typical investor, I think you read that in the news now. The central bank, the federal government just got an approval from the Senate yesterday to use another 1.5 trillion in the local domestic market. We'll be able to see the announcement that will go into that effect from today. Today's Thursday, right? Yeah, that's what the Debt Management Office said. That the announcement will come to say, oh, Nigerian government wants to be able to borrow this amount of money. Now, if you put your money there as well, and you cannot actually be able to predict what is going to be able to happen in terms of your returns, definitely no one would definitely want to be able to put their money in such a system. So I think it is important that, as I said, those two things are what they look out for: stabilization and predictability. Stability and predictability. All investors, be it domestic, be it foreign investors, look towards that exactly as a way to be able to guarantee that their investment is safe and secure. And safe and secure, that stabilization, and at the same time to ensure that they have enough returns. Business of investment is a risk return strategy, it's a risk return business. So the risk is there. But once you actually be able to put the money there into, and you take that particular risk to say, I am investing in this, you also expect the return to actually be able to commensurate with saying, oh yes, this is what I get in return. So I think the just be able to center around what the central bank said about, you don't need to be able to beg them. You understand? Once those fundamentals are right, and then the return, the objectives that will come out of them will be stabilization and predictability, which is what investors wanted to be able to see. Just like I said, both local investors as well as the foreign ones. That is what everyone wanted to be able to see. And only when they can see that, they can actually be able to stand up to thumb their chest to say, yes, this is actually an economy to actually be able to invest in. And now I think we're trying to be able to get into the JP Morgan index, because I'm sure we'll just be able to, one of the ratings that we got recently is showing that the confidence in the system is actually on an upswing lately. And so once you actually be able to get into JP Morgan bond index, for example, in fact, that people to give you more opportunity to ensure that you're able to attract a lot of foreign investors. So it is a no-brainer to say that, because people will be asking the question, and why do we have to borrow, blah, blah, blah? Because most of all this, it is part of the usual economic structure. I don't know if I get my point there. It is still part of the usual economic structure. The 1.5 billion dollars that the central bank, 1.5 trillion that the federal government want to take, for example, was we able to supplement part of the 2025 budget that is almost running up. But I think we just finished up the execution of the 2024 budget maybe last month. 2025 is still there. So none of these borrowings are needed, and the only way you can actually now guarantee your investors to give you the money is to ensure that you get the fundamentals right.
Right. And what would you say is the impact, the practical impact that this could have on Nigeria's economy and our cost of living, especially with the Central Bank of Nigeria governor mentioning adopting an inflation targeted regime?
Yeah. So I think it's inflation targeting we're achieving. Let me explain that first, which is the 15% we have said at the beginning when the Appropriation Act the bill was submitted last year. The central bank, the fiscal policy, the federal government planned that this year we should achieve an inflation target of 15%. And I think by Friday, November 15 is a weekend, right? If they don't release it on Friday, which is tomorrow, by Monday we should get the inflation figure for October. And most analysts expect that it will still be on a downward trajectory, right? The way it has been decelerating. So that's the first thing. When we get this, the inflationary targeting will allow, one, cost of living, for us to be able to have a control of the cost of living crisis. I will take you back again, Liz, to last year. And I'm sure most of us here and a whole lot of people agree with us how Nigerians were complaining about the cost of living. Maybe most of the things that people use as a signpost, maybe a bag of rice, for example, to say, dude, every month everybody will keep questioning, do you know how much a bag of rice costs now? Then, I'm talking about then, compared to now. And all of those things, they are not unconnected to the unpredictable macro environment, the macroeconomic shocks that we all have there, that nobody knows what is going to be able to happen. So once you have element of stability and predictability as we have now, you tend to see that the economy will actually be on a steady state. That's what the economists call it, on a steady state, really the path that you expect it to be. Not on a wavelength, on a zigzag basis, that it's just going up and down, just jack up today, the next day comes down again, jack up again and comes down. So you tend to see it, maintaining that level of stability, which is what I think you should be able to boil down to, as you'll be able to read in your intro, about maintaining that stabilization, macro stabilization. And what stabilization is talking about? Inflation rate stability, interest rate is actually moderated, exchange rate stabilizes as well. Once you get all those, and then at least money supply is a bit moderated in terms of what goes into the economy, you tend to see that all these things will feed into the cost of living. Yes, as I said at the beginning, we are not out of the hoods yet in terms of cost of living. But when you look at it, there has to be a semblance of sanity, or a semblance of saying that, yes, we've been able to have a little bit of a control, you understand, over what the cost of living crisis is all about at the moment. I think we've been able to get that. I listened to the president yesterday talking to the editors, and that was what he was talking about in terms of saying poverty should never be a characteristic that they know Nigeria with. In terms of, and one way to actually be able to get that is for both the fiscal and monetary policy to work together, a mix of both, to ensure that we actually be able to control those narratives. One way to be able to combat poverty is to deal with the cost of living crisis, where people actually be able to have access to basic necessities of life, food, shelter, clothing, and then opportunities. Very important. So I think it is very key that inflation targeting that we've achieved, by the time the budget of 2026, maybe we're likely going to see that by December or thereabouts, when we get the hang of 2025. I'm sure that by then our target will be, how can we take inflation down to single digits? Right.
My final question for you this morning will be, talking about fiscal discipline and coordination in itself. Olayemi Kaduso, the Central Bank of Nigeria governor, has warned against excessive ways and means and borrowing. Why is this a red flag for both domestic and foreign investors?
It is okay. The highlights, okay, or should I say the low points, of the Buhari's administration, or the Emefiele's regime. I'm talking about the ex-CBN governor. Was these ways and means? I think it's a big bone that is dangling and hanging around their neck. Because do you know how much went into ways and means? In fact, at the time, one of the governors in Nigeria, the governor of Edo State, for example, mentioned that they have to be printing money in order to be able to make the excess, the budget deficit. The central bank have to be printing money to be able to meet the ways and means. That is how bad it was. It was about 21 trillion naira before this administration came and tried to be able to clear a lot of backlogs. people will have, backlogs of foreign exchange things and things like that. So I think it is important. Fiscal discipline is what we are saying now. Both monetary and fiscal discipline is very, very key to ensure that, we don't return back to the ways and means have been scrapped now. It has actually been there for a while because it's just a way for the central bank to give loans to the government. That's exactly what it is. And government take advantage of that to say, oh, we needed money, we're going to be able to get it from there, go to the central bank and get out the money. So I think it is very important that we maintain that fiscal discipline that we maintain now, and that actually be able to take us away, away from that credit rating that gave us a very, very bad image, to what we are saying now. But that's what investors are saying, to say, oh, yes, we have little bit of government involvement and the economy is actually a bit market driven to allow things to actually be able to take shape normally.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Mohammed Akanji, for joining us this morning on Business Money. Thank you for staying with us as we track the latest trends shaping markets and the economy. Remember, business decisions are stronger when backed by the right information. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Do stay tuned for more updates on the big story.
are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Across Nigeria right now, hospital corridors are empty, not just because of patients have healed, but because doctors have walked out. Thousands of families are scrambling for help as the strike by medical doctors stretches on and both sides remain firm. The doctors say this isn't just about pay, it's about dignity, it's about working conditions, it's about a collapsing system. The federal government insists it's doing its best, but patients are paying the price. So what's really driving this impasse, and how much longer can our health system hold before it completely breaks? Joining me this morning is Dr. Olufemi Babalola, the former president of the Guild of Medical Directors. Dr. Babalola, thank you so much for being here this morning. But before we further on in this conversation, let's get more details from our correspondent in Abuja.
The meeting between the federal government and resident doctors have again ended in deadlock, with no agreements reached. For 2 days, since Monday and Tuesday, federal government met with resident doctors in a bid to address the ongoing strike action that since commenced November 1, 2025. It's day 12 since hospitals have been operating without its resident doctors, who constitute the bulk of healthcare workers in our public institutions. And because of this action, it has significantly paralyzed healthcare delivery. You see a lot of patients who are being turned away. We see surgeries being delayed, and we see longer queues and longer waiting time because just a handful of nurses, house officers, and consultants are at hospitals providing healthcare delivery. It's 12 days now since public hospitals across the country have been operating without the resident doctors, who constitute a bulk of healthcare workers providing essential services across hospitals. Talks between the federal government and resident doctors towards addressing this strike action has again ended in deadlock. So the federal government held a meeting on Monday and Tuesday with resident doctors. Unfortunately, no agreement has been reached, and the resident doctors are insisting on their 19-point demand before they will call off the strike.
Fantastic one right there from our correspondent, God's Gift. Dr. Olufemi Babalola, thank you so much for joining once again. Let's start with what's happening on the ground. Patients are being turned away, wards are closing, families are desperate. From where you stand, how serious is the crisis at this point?
Well, good morning and thanks for having me once more. Basically, the problem that the resident doctors have is not a new one, and it's been on ever since I was a resident doctor way back in the 80s. Federal government in one way or the other to see to the demands that not just the resident doctors have, but our healthcare system writ large, has. And it's unfortunate that has come to this path again, where these residents have been forced to down tools in order to push their demands. And of course, it is the patients who would generally suffer the consequences of this action.
Right, and you happen to be a part of the system for years. Why do we keep returning to this same loop of doctor strikes and government negotiations that happen to go nowhere?
Okay, there are two things I want to point out. What are the key demands of these doctors? Let's look at it from that point of view. Firstly, they are asking for payment of salary arrears. They have unpaid salaries, in many cases stretching to months. And from all indications, about 38 billion naira is owed in arrears to these doctors. When you look at that in the general and the overall scheme of things, 38 billion naira is not a whole lot of money. How much money do they use to tar 1 kilometer of road in the so-called coastal road that they are doing, for instance? So you see that the amount we're looking at is not something that government cannot pay and should not pay. One wonders why should be owed salary for months. Secondly, they are looking for the implementation of the so-called CONMES upward review. I think government agreed to review the CONMES salary scale, which is the scale on which doctors are paid in the country at the moment. They agreed to review it upward by 25% or to 35%. That agreement was reached quite some time ago, and yet it has not been implemented up to now. Then thirdly, they are talking about the disbursement of the Medical Residency Training Fund, or what we call the MRTF. And these are funds that are meant for resident doctors to train, because the residency program is a training program, and it is from the residency program that we get our consultants. I'm sure that there's nobody who wants us to train half-baked consultants or consultants who are not worth their metal. When you say consultant, you want to be sure that you are seeing somebody who is qualified in his field. And this training fund is not something that you should trifle with. When I was a resident, we used to have what we call a year abroad program, in which case the resident doctors will have the opportunity to travel abroad, for 1 year to a developed country and work with doctors over there, learn new skills and see what is happening, and then they can bring the skills back to Nigeria. And while they are away, their salaries are fully paid, and they also receive foreign exchange allowances to maintain them in the country of their training. All that has been set aside. That is no longer being done. So that's one of the key demands of the resident doctors. Then another key demand they have is the settlement of so-called allowances, the hazard allowances, accoutrement allowances, and so on. Of course, we all know that the work that these doctors do is very hazardous. They expose themselves to infection, they expose themselves to all sorts of hazards when they interact with patients. And if our legislators can be paid allowance for their telephone and their house help and their air conditioner and all these sorts of allowances that they get, people who are actually doing work for this nation in terms of exposing themselves to danger, it's not too much for them to be paid, these allowances. And so many of them, have promotion arrears. Some of them who are supposed to have moved up, because the residency training is like a ladder. You start out being a senior house officer, then you become a resident, a registrar, then you become a senior registrar. So it's a ladder, but some of them are stuck even when they have passed their exams, because their promotion is based on the exams that they have to do, the fellowship training exams that they have to do. Some of them, even after they have worked hard to pass the exams, they are still stuck and their promotions are not effected. And this can be very frustrating. Of course, your promotion is also linked with your pay and so on. And of course, the final thing, and when the doctors say that they are worried about their pay, of course, it's very important. They are supposed to get improved pay. The pay has not kept up with inflation, And if you know what doctors are paid now, I mean, you almost cry. So these are our best young people who go get into medical schools, and then after doing all the hard work, you know, they're paid peanuts. I can say essentially that they're paid peanuts. You know, so and this has to change drastically. To me, even the so-called upward review is not going to do it, because I've done some research and I've looked at the pay that our doctors, our resident doctors in Nigeria receive relative to what doctors in Ghana receive, relative to what doctors in Brazil receive, relative to what resident doctors in the United Kingdom and the United States receive. And if you permit me, I can share a chart with you that shows, you know, the pay that our Nigerian doctors receive relative to other resident doctors. And you see that it's just a crying shame that we are paying our doctors so poorly.
You said you had to share a chart, you know, showing how much we're paying, our doctors are paid relative to other doctors on the continent.
Yes, if you permit me, I will share it with you. Do I have your permission to share? Let's see, no.
Right. Just while I wait for you to share that, I know that one of the things that the doctors have said is it's more than salaries. They talk about respect. They talk about the tools. They talk about the system that keeps failing them. Would you agree that this strike has become symbolic of something much deeper than we think? Okay, I think we have the chart now.
You have the chart, all right. So let's look at this chart together. What I've done here is to reduce the pay that all the doctors get across the countries to dollars. So all this y-axis here, the monthly registrar of resident pay in US doctors, and it's approximately, and of course it is an average of what resident doctors receive, and that would include doctors who are senior house officers to doctors who are, you know, senior registrars. Now look at the equivalent of what Nigerian doctors receive. It is probably just about maybe $100 or so. But look at Ghana. Ghana is much better than we are, and they are not even an oil-producing country. And then if you look at South Africa, you will see that the average resident in South Africa is earning about $4,000 a month. In Saudi Arabia, they are earning about the same amount. In the United Kingdom, the average monthly pay is over $8,000. Then in Brazil, it is, let's say, about $1,000 a month or so. And then in the United States, it's about maybe almost $6,000 a month. Now, what crime have our resident doctors committed that they are being paid so poorly? And when you look at this, you begin to ask yourself, why is it that almost 90% of the doctors we produce in our medical schools, you know, opt to travel abroad for greener pastures? And then you see that the answer is right there in front of you. You know, when a doctor in Nigeria is earning a pittance compared to, you know, what his equivalent, his contemporary is earning in South Africa, we're still in the continent of Africa. A South African doctor is earning about $4,000 a month. The actual figures here, because I have the actual figures here. If you see what a South African doctor is earning South African residents earning about 70,000 rand, which is their, own currency. And that is about $4,000. Whereas a Nigerian doctor, resident doctor, is earning about 300 to 400,000 naira a month. And that is equivalent to about $270 a month. Whereas they are, contemporary in the United Kingdom, earning about $8,700 to $8,800 a month. And the United States, it's about, let's just say about $5,500 a month. These are just residents. We're not talking about consultants or anything like that. This is the average pay of residents. So we have been so unfair to our own doctors. Then before you can say, Jack Robinson, a big man or a big politician falls ill, and the next thing is they are catching a plane to go to England. They're catching a plane to go to United States to go and see their doctors there. Their doctors who are well paid, who are comfortable, who are well remunerated. So we need to query ourselves as a nation. Are we really serious? I mean, let's get serious in our country, and let's begin to look at our problems in a more realistic way, rather than just applying band-aid to somebody who has a bullet wound, or somebody who's dying, and then you are bringing sellotape to come and plaster the wound. So that's why I said that even the so-called adjustment in the CONMES that you're talking about is just to adjust this particular pay that the Nigerian doctors are getting, to increase it by 35%. It's just still rubbish. It's still not good enough.
No, thank you so much, Dr. Babalola, for this chart which you shared. I mean, it's really appalling to see just the where Nigeria stands, where we sit, because I can't even say we're standing, where we sit on that chart, in comparison to other countries. You see Ghana just closely, but still way above us. And then you see South Africa, the gap is so wide, the margin is wide. And then you see United Kingdom, and then I'll come to talk about the Japa wave that we see. That's the brain drain that we're experiencing. And it's quite understandable, even looking at that chart, as to why doctors would rather go to one of these countries, even if it's on the African continent, because they get to be paid better, considering the kind of work that they get to do. And when you look at the state of Nigeria's hospitals today, we're talking about outdated equipment, we're talking about power failures, shortages of drugs and whatnot. Really, do you think our healthcare infrastructure is simply collapsing? And even with the graph you've shown, would you say it's collapsing, or it has already collapsed?
Well, the healthcare infrastructure is pitiable. Let me put it that way. Nowadays, it is important to plug into the international best practices system of acquiring and maintaining equipment, and getting our people trained on this equipment. Now, the way that our hospitals are run, they hardly have enough money to maintain their basic services. And if specialists say that they need a particular type of equipment, the poor CMDs are asking themselves, where exactly are we going to find the money to procure this equipment? And the way things work in this country, sometimes if an equipment costs beyond a certain amount of money, it has to be considered all the way up to the Federal Executive Council level. And you might even need Senate approval to get the equipment. I was discussing with a friend of mine who's a professor of anatomy in one of our universities, and he was telling me what he had to go through because he wanted to acquire, an electron microscope for his department. He had to come to Abuja. He had to meet with the then President Buhari, and then the money had to go through the central bank, all sorts of barriers. Even when the equipment eventually landed in the ports, they were charging them about 300 million to clear the goods, and the university had to scramble around to get money, the 300 million, before they now have to pay for installation. So there are so many myriad of problems that anybody who wants to keep his department up to date faces. So these are structural problems that we have as a nation. It doesn't mean that we should be totally helpless. If we are serious and we want to bring our healthcare system up to date, we can. We have the most important resource that is necessary, to my mind, which is the personnel. We have the best brains in medicine in the world. Because if you go to all these other countries, United Kingdom, for instance, or the United States, many of our so-called big men, they get there, and who do they see but a Nigerian, who are now in very high position, running departments, running healthcare systems holistically, going beyond just being doctors in the hospital, but actually taking charge of hospitals and running on behalf of the government. So the brains are there. What we need is just the political will to be able to say, okay, enough is enough. We need to tackle this problem systemically. We need to now roll up our sleeves as a nation and begin to get serious about our healthcare, provisions. Otherwise, sometimes you go to a hospital that started well a couple of years ago, and then you go back there, and then just begin to see the level of deterioration that has occurred in the interim. And that's because of the poor maintenance culture and other issues that affect the system. So these are some of the systemic issues that affect our healthcare infrastructure in Nigeria. And I think we need to begin to roll up our sleeves and get cracking, see how we can achieve this.
Is it for some people to say that government officials don't feel this urgency because they seek medical care overseas? Would you say that this lack of political accountability is part of why these reforms never get to stick?
Yes, certainly the fact that our high-up officials do not depend on local hospitals is a major contributor to the poor state of our facilities. Every time we hear that, some high-up official or some governor or some president or some whatever has gone abroad for medical checkup, shamelessly. And the funny thing is that they still tend to wear it as a badge of honor that they are able to go abroad for medical treatment, and they sort of rub it in the faces of other Nigerians that, well, I can go abroad, you can't. We are the ones who are big, and whereas the money they are spending is the tax revenue that you and I are paying, and it's the money they get from extracting minerals that belong to this country. They're not spending their own money. The only thing is when they go, they still pay themselves extra code and this and that. So it contributes to the fact that they don't see the urgency to address the poor state of our health infrastructure in Nigeria, because they have an alternative. Now, I want you to compare this with what happens in the United Kingdom. If people hear that the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom is accessing private health care, the whole country will go into an uproar, because what they will say is that, oh, so the Prime Minister is bigger than the rest of us. He cannot take care of our health system, and then he's going to access private health care. That in itself is enough to topple a Prime Minister in the United Kingdom. The same thing goes with the schools. If the children of a Prime Minister or any minister for that matter are seen to be attending anything but the public schools, then such a minister will be in trouble and could lose his job. So what they do there is that whatever standard you are able to get for the public sector, that is the same standard to which you must be subjected as a public servant. But unfortunately, in Nigeria, this is not the case. Now, I said that the Prime Minister cannot access private health care, even if it is within the United Kingdom itself. Now, imagine a situation whereby the Prime Minister is sick and then he leaves the United Kingdom and travels to another country. In other words, Prime Minister is saying, both private or both public or what you have in the United Kingdom is not good enough for me. Let me go to maybe Germany, or let me go to the United Kingdom, to the United States to access my healthcare, and then he leaves his job for maybe 2 weeks or 3 weeks at a time. He goes to the United States.
In here because we are in the interest of time, because we're pressed for time right now, but just two things, if you could just answer this in 30 seconds. If you were in a room right now with the Minister of Health and the leadership of the striking doctors, what's one practical step that you would ask both sides to take today to end this standoff? And finally, for millions of Nigerians who might be watching this morning, some of them are anxious, some of them are angry, some of them are afraid. What's the message of hope you can give to patients caught in the middle of this crisis?
Well, in brief, I would say that the demands of the resident doctors are reasonable. Yes, they are not excessive at all. And it is a demand government can meet immediately. I mean, look at it now. They say the arrears is just about 38 billion. 8 billion is nothing. And the increase in their commerce by 35%, like I showed you, it is still a minor change relative to what they can earn abroad. So I'll probably advise government meet the demands of these doctors without further delay. And then work out a way in which you can improve their welfare in general, so that, beyond their salary, you take care of their housing, you take care of their ability to move, you give them car loans or whatever, make it more attractive to be a doctor in Nigeria. Then attend to the poor state of the infrastructure in the hospital. That's probably a more long-term requirement, which can, of course, also be sorted out with the correct political way.
Dr. Olufemi Babalola, former president of the Guild of Medical Directors. Thank you for joining the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Have a lovely day. Well, this has been the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is social listening. Do stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities. With millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria, Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning. Joining me this morning is right. The conversation today is all about the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, who has reportedly banned the use of mobile phones by staff of the Abuja Geographic Information Systems and the Department of Land Administration. The move follows the viral video of his heated exchange with a naval officer at a disputed land site in Gaduwa district. Report says Wike was angry that video leaked from within AGIS and has now restricted phones, especially for staff on grade level 14 and below. Many civil groups and workers have condemned the decision, describing it as harsh and unnecessary. Meanwhile, the Minister of Defense, Mohammed Badr Abubakar, has thrown support behind the naval officer, Lieutenant A.M. Yerima, who clashed with Nyesom Wike in that viral video. He praised the officer for staying professional, saying that he was only doing his job. Now, the defense minister insisted that no action would be taken against the soldier and that his ministry would protect any officer performing lawful duties. Well, that's the story from social media, you know, going ahead to ban phones at AGIS and because that video was released. For me, I think is a reach because there has to be, you know, more true firms, a deeper ground for banning phones. Maybe they don't, maybe it makes them lose focus or they make them, but because of the fact that it's from a selfish standpoint to say you're banning phones because you happen to see how unruly you were with the military, and then you're saying that you're banning phones. That's to me, that's a misuse of power, if you ask me.
For what it is, again, we can only point out those areas that are hiding in gray zones, but it's important to point them out. Let the public also see exactly why we're pointing this out, and to do that is also important for them to also see that two wrongs they say don't make it right, but at the same time, it's important that we know why did Wike choose to come there himself. What exactly was he trying to prove? Because you'd be told, if he already had the CDS's number, right, Chief of Defense Staff, who in that video we saw that he placed the call. If he already had that number, so why not?
Maybe he wanted to come see for himself.
So again, then why does he have assistants? I was expecting him to have acted in the capacity of a minister. As the minister of FCT, he is the last line of defense in his ministry, isn't it so? So if he hasn't exhausted options before finally coming himself, then I would say nothing short but truly a childish behavior, which we also saw on social media. You know, and now what this says, because there's a strong meaning again, I want to commend the young naval officer for standing his ground, most of them because he was acting on instructions. And in the video, he said, look, that he's acting on instructions from a 3-star general, meaning to say, look, I have no business answering to you, a civilian. My duty and charge to office, or rather charge to stay in place, it's coming from a different authority, void from yours. So, having said so, I will also say that if, for instance, the young man backed down, he could have faltered in his own duty. So he already knew that how important it is to maintain the last order, which is why in the army, I keep telling people, the army is totally is a different ball game, right? How it applies to you as a civilian applies to the army differently. When they tell you go, it is go, not go, stop, branch somewhere. No. Or they tell you come back, and that's on your way back. I saw sometimes. It is obey the last order. That's why the army is taking care of your health care, taking care of your family, taking care of you as a person, everything. So, having said so, the young man could have seen there will be more that will be in jeopardy if he backs down, right, and allow this guy have his way. But having said so, Wike, as someone who is more experienced, could have approached it from the angle of, so you're older than him, because he had to play that card at some point when he realized he couldn't get across. He could have approached it from that wisdom point of view. Leaving politics or other areas, wisdom point of view that, look, if this young man refuses to back down, what next? He could have thought about that. But again, in his usual fashion, it is fire on, let's go head on head.
And sometimes I wonder if he's on something, right. I always wonder if he's on something, because his conduct it's not good at all for someone in that position. It doesn't inspire the young generation in any way. But it's really good to see how the Minister of Defense has thrown his support behind the naval officer, saying that nothing is going to be done to him. I really appreciate that, and I think that's the way to go, really, because if it was the other way around, then we'll be seeing that people will not be, when it could be a worse situation, and then because you think, because it's this person, and then you just suddenly say, oh yes, we hear you. It could be a worse situation. So these people, allow them do their jobs. If you put them there, then allow them do their jobs. Let's stop misusing power. Let's see some of the reactions on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation on the social media space. Peace Canal says, Wike's phone ban, straight up toddler tantrum, can't handle his Navy roast going viral. So he yanks gadgets from underlings like a dictator on a budget. Grow up, sir, or join the Stone Age. Oh, that's a strong remark. Flames Baba says, if he bans the staff from holding phones, is he going to ban the bystanders watching and recording what was unfolding too? Exactly the point. Oladele A says, what the officer did is totally unlawful and it needs to be dealt with accordingly. For the defense minister to defend this type of behavior, it says nothing good about his personality. I disagree too. Do you have one more? Big Class says, good to hear the Minister of Defense is taking responsibility. Accountability matters, but let's hope this doesn't escalate. Every officer and leader must respect the law. Let's move away from that conversation and move to the National Assembly, where the Senate has approved President Bola Tinubu's request to borrow an additional 1.1 trillion naira to close the remaining gap in the 2025 budget deficit. Lawmakers explained that the extra funds are needed after the National Assembly raised the budget to 59.9 trillion naira, increasing the overall deficit to 14 trillion naira. The new loan will be sourced domestically and is expected to fund capital and social projects. The Senate Committee on Appropriations has been directed to ensure close monitoring so the money is used strictly for development purposes. Now we're seeing another trillion naira loan for 2025 budget being approved by Senate. Well, let's see how Nigerians are reacting to the conversation online. Are they for or against it? At the end of the day, we're just going to be keypad words. Whatever it is approved is approved. The Testament podcast says, this government borrowing is alarming. No accountability, no Senate disapproval, no question on the appropriateness of funds earlier borrowed. They just keep borrowing indebtedness has become our crown. The money to service all these loans is more than money allocated to capital projects. Do we have more reactions? Rivers Trending says another loan approved, another generation indebted. Who is going to pay all these trillions back? The unborn? Every budget season, we borrow more, we build less, and we blame the past. Alatika Baba says 1.15 trillion to fund budget, and yet our lawmakers, ministers, and their assistants are earning billions every month without cutting their wages. We borrow money to pay political class in this country. Cheney Tater says budget deficit how? After removing subsidy and increasing taxes exponentially, there is a big haste happening in Nigeria. Well, do you have one or two remarks before we move to our last story?
Right. So, to borrow money is not an evil act. It is when you borrow for something that you know that you can internally generate such funds. Simply means that you have misused the opportunity. Because then when you borrow at every, breath, then you put the nation into a huge point of debt, because the time when you now actually need that money, right, you probably not even get approval for it. And so the question is, even after borrowing this money, what is the plan on ground to be able to pay back? Even if the money is being borrowed from internally, right? What is the plan to mitigate issues in an event where you can't meet up that particular deadline? Is it that you would find your way and wriggle out of it such a way that it will not extend to when you leave office, so that the next person coming on board will not inherit such wahala? So these are the things that people should look out for. However, to run the country is not cheap at all. It's not easy. There is no country that hasn't borrowed before. Even the United States of America has borrowed before. But remember this. Look, when you're not the one printing the money, isn't far more difficult. In the US, they print money, So even if they borrow, they're the ones that print, they can print and print dollars. Now, I don't want to go in depth on how much it costs to print all that. That's not necessary. But what matters the most is now we're talking about them saying we want to approve. I hope they will not approve and come back and say, wait a minute, there's some issue going on. Can we also pad it? Can we add more? Already, we're in debt already, running to trillions. So the question is, who's going to pay that money? But if they're going to borrow, and then we see some key areas being sorted out, right? Like healthcare being sorted out, like fighting insurgency, not just fighting, destroying, erasing, total annihilation of insurgents and terrorists to give us that perfect, narrative, perfect face in the eyes of the international world. If they say they have to borrow for this particular reason, then I will say, look, go ahead, but not borrow money and go and dump money in maybe Calabar Coastal Road again. We don't want to see that. Look, let other internal generated funds be used for that Calabar Coastal Road. Yes, Lagos is making a lot of money, and it will start from Lagos here. Let's be honest, right? If they're going to borrow money, let it go into, key projects or key sectors that our country may fail if we don't put money into it, like security, right? Like healthcare. Only in the papers today, we saw that, some states are owing gratuity to the tune of 620-something billion naira. So I'm thinking, aren't they human beings who you're holding their money? Why is the money being held? Are they using the money to trade in banks? Because people do a lot of things in the government. And so if you're going to borrow money, let's say the money goes into those areas. We don't want to see money going into projects that before we start realizing money from it will probably take another 20-something years. What kind of deadbeat investment is that? So if we must go at borrowing, let us borrow with sense. And if we must, right, disburse the money after borrowing, let us also disburse it with sense.
Right.
This nation cannot continue to live under borrow. At some point, I'm going to mortgage the whole country.
Finally, let's move on now and talk about something in the world of entertainment. Nigeria media personality Tacha Simply Tasha, Big Brother, one-time Big Brother housemate, has officially become a double Guinness World Record holder. Now, Guinness confirmed her achievement for the most cosmetic makeovers done by an individual in both 8-hour and 24-hour categories. Tasha completed 82 makeovers in 8 hours and 144 in 24 hours during a Tasha Beauty Festival in Lagos. She dedicated the record to her late mother and her fans, saying it's proof that hard work and passion always pays off. Now, at the start of the year, I remember clearly, first of all, congratulations to Natasha Akide, Simply Tasha, because she had, at the start of the year, said that she was going to do something phenomenal, and she had mentioned doing this world record and breaking the Guinness World Record for makeover and all of that. And at the start of the year, I'm sure some people would have just said, oh, this is another just making mouth and all. But she has shown us what it means to be about the talk. You know, she said this in January, about January 10 or something, and then this is November, and she's done it. And not just one record, 2 records at a go. And she did that. This one's for all the girls that, you know, have a belief, have a goal, whatever it is, however small, however big, and go for it. And here she is today, holding a Guinness World Record for the most makeovers done in about 8 hours, and also 24 and 144 in 24 hours. That's 2 at a time. She's done something phenomenal. One thing about Tasha is I've seen that whatever she wants to go for, she goes for it, regardless of whoever is watching or whoever thinks, oh, she's not qualified. She goes for it and then she does.
It's good. I mean, truth be told, the more we have Nigerians putting us out there in the map for good reasons, I mean, 100% welcome. Let's be honest. I think that the creative sector eventually one day will bail Nigeria out of the whole issue that we're dealing with.
Absolutely.
Because look at it now. We're doing well in music. You know, we have
fashion.
Yes, we have successfully exported Afrobeat to the world. Where as soon as we hear our Afrobeat sound, look, everybody turns around and says, that is Nigeria. You know, so
everyone gets dancing.
Exactly. So now,
that's never the case.
Yes, now it's now makeup. So for me, what I want to see is now that she has, you know, been recognized by the Guinness World Record Organization, I want to see it turn to money. As a businessman, I'm thinking already, is it possible? If not possible, can the government now say, look, now that the world has its eye on you as someone who has made it, you know, gotten a record via makeup, can we not only have all the, you know, makeup, well, imported here, can we also make it such a way that we can empower people? Let us be able to say, we use this platform as, you know, a door opener to begin to say, who do we empower? How do we have factories that can actually manufacture makeup in large quantity and begin to export, right? And make sure that no other person in the world beats that.
I'm certain rather that if Tasha follows the line or toes the line of the like of Hilda Bassi, who has really done well with the Guinness World Record platform. You know, it's a free record, but it's what you do with it. If Tasha decides to toe in the same line of Hilda Bassi, trust me, this business angle that you're looking at will definitely be actualized. Because one thing that Hilda Bassi has done with the platform, there are so many great chefs in Nigeria. I don't want to mention names, amazing chefs who were big and well known. But after winning the Guinness World Record, Hilda Bassi, you know, just went up there. She started our own, our own restaurant, which is doing well, by the way, in Lekki. She also happens to, you know, train, young chefs. Not just chefs, it could be me, it could be you. If you want to learn, she has courses that she's put out there. She's making money and also empowering people. Now, by a restaurant also, she's also empowering people. She has staff that and interestingly, our mom also has her own restaurant, which is like the more indigenous version of hers, because obviously she learned. The family is even a cooking family, right? So the mom has something in another state. So it's just wisdom and how they've managed to expand. So I believe that with what you've said, because one thing I know is that at some point Acha had a lipstick brand, so she might now, yes, she introduced something, but maybe it didn't sell. She's always been very enterprising, so hopefully she would now make use of this platform and this publicity she's getting to do something so much more. But we can take a look at some of the comments this morning. I know that there are a lot of congratulatory remarks. We can take one or two, not sure, but congratulations to makeover again. I thought the record should be something that's hard to do. Well, it's easy to speak. Like I always say, it's easy to speak when you're on the speaking side, not when you're on the doing side. People are out there doing things. There are people out there condemning. Credit to Hilda for awakening all of them. Exactly what I said, including the chess guy. If Hilda never did a cricketon, nobody would have been sensible enough to try to break their stuff. Well, that's what we'll leave it today on Social Listen. Thank you so much for joining us on the show. We hope you enjoyed the show. Tomorrow is another day to watch the BDTV Breakfast Show. Exciting news, a business update, and we'll also check out what's trending on social media. And of course, the big story where we look at a very topical situation and then we analyze it with our expert guest also on the show. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Elizabeth Musa. See you tomorrow.
Good morning and welcome to the Business News Hour right here on the Business Day television. I am Glory Brown. Now let's take a look at the top business headlines shaping today's stories. Nigeria targets $20 billion in investment from 70 priority gas projects. Nigerians' economic activities expand for 11 consecutive months. Nigerian equity market recovers 2.6 trillion naira over capital gain tax. Presco PLC opens 236.67 billion naira right issue to fund expansion acquisitions. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the country is positioning itself to unlock as much as $20 billion in new investment from 70 priority gas projects over the next few years. As Africa's biggest economic accelerates efforts to turn its vast natural gas reserves into a springboard for industrialization, job creation, and energy security. The projects, drawn from a pool of more than 200 reviewed by the Decade of Gas Secretariat between July and August, represent the most viable opportunities to propel Nigerians towards its 2030 goal of becoming a gas-powered economy, according to Farouk Ahmed, Chief Executive of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority. The 70 projects spread across 6 key demand clusters: power generation, fertilizers, petrochemicals, industrial feedstock, compressed liquefied petroleum gas, and gas export, have a combined potential gas demand of about 15 billion standard cubic feet per day. The Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority chief noted that a 3-week validation process, which began this week, will rigorously test the credibility of this project by matching supplies with demands, establishing price mechanisms, and identifying policy enablers needed to accelerate implementations. Moving on, Nigeria's economic activities have maintained steady growth for 11 consecutive months as the Composite Purchasing Managers Index for October 2025 stood at 55.4 points, according to a new report released by the Central Bank of Nigeria on Wednesday. This reflects continued expansion across key sectors of the economy, underscoring growing business confidence and improved output performance nationwide. The October 2025 PMI figure of 55.4 points represents an increase from 54.0 points recorded in September 2025, signifying a strong and broad-based expansion in aggregate economic activities. The CBN report highlighted that out of 36 subsectors surveyed, 25 recorded expansion during the review period, marking the 11th consecutive month of economic growth. In the industrial sector, the PMI rose to 54.2 index points in October from 51.4 points in September, reflecting a notable improvement in industrial performance and sustained growth momentum. Further analysis revealed that 9 out of 17 subsectors surveyed within the industry group reported an increase in activity, confirming the sector's continued recovery and contribution to overall economic expansion. Still on, Nigerian equity market staged a strong rebound on Wednesday, November 12, 2025, posting a 2.6 trillion naira gain in market capitalization after Nigerian authorities said it is going to look into complaints of the capital market community over the contentious capital gain tax. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Wale Edun, has pledged that the federal government would adopt a cautious and consultative approach in implementing the recently enacted tax reforms law, particularly the contentious capital gains tax on security transactions. The ministers assured seems to have addressed the fears of jittery investors who had embarked on a strident sell-off of their shares to escape the tax hammer expected to be implemented in January 2026. The market staged a quick rebound on Wednesday, gaining a whopping 2.6 trillion naira in market capitalization, which rose from 90.8 trillion naira to close at 93.4 trillion naira, indicating a 2.89% increase. The rebound marked a quick reversal of yesterday's bearish trend as investors engaged in bargaining hunting on fundamentally strong stocks perceived to have been oversold. In another development, Presco PLC has officially commenced its rights issue of 166.6 ordinary shares of 0.50 naira each at 1,420 naira per shares, offering existing shareholders an opportunity to deepen their equity stake in the company. The offers opened on Wednesday, November 12, 2025, and will close on Tuesday, December 2nd, 2025, according to a statement by the company's secretary, Frederick. The rights issues, which is being conducted on the basis of 1 new ordinary shares for over 6 held as one of October 13, 2025, has been approved by the Nigerian Exchange Limited and the Securities and Exchange Commission. Presco said that the move from part of its broader strategy to strengthening its balance sheet and fund ongoing industrial expansion across its oil palm plantation and processing operations in Nigeria. You're watching the Business News Hour. We'll go on a quick break now. When we return, we'll bring you more stories. Stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Business News Hour right here on the Business Day television. Moving on, the Naira on Wednesday depreciated slightly to a 10-day low of 1,443.0 Naira per dollar, extending its losing streak for the third consecutive trading day in the official foreign exchange market as demand for the greenback increased slightly. The last time the Naira traded below this level was on October 29, 2025, when it closed at 1,444.42 Naira per dollar at the Nigerian foreign exchange market. According to data published by the Central Bank of Nigeria, the local currency weakened by 4.37% as the dollar was quoted at 1,443.0 Naira on Wednesday, compared with 1,438.7 Naira on Tuesday. Despite the mild depreciation, analysts noted that the market remains relatively stable, supported by sustained liquidity and improved foreign exchange inflows. In a major development, the federal government, in collaboration with Quant Energy, has signed the concession agreement for the development of 2 key hydropower projects totaling 8 megawatts in Oyo and Kogi states. The agreement, sealed on Wednesday in Abuja, covers the 6 megawatt Ikere George hydropower project in Oyo State and the 2 megawatt Omi Kakwe hydropower project in Kogi State. Speaking at the signing in Abuja, the Minister of Power, Chief Adebayo Adelabu, stated that the event marked an important milestone in the power stakeholders' collective journey towards achieving a sustainable, reliable, and affordable power supply across Nigeria, News Agency of Nigerians reports. According to him, the part of the deal is to attract private investment and unlock the vast renewable energy potential within our states and communities. Also, the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Wale Edun, has assured investors that the federal government will revisit provisions on capital gain tax in the new tax reforms framework to ensure a fair and investors-friendly outcome. Edun made this known yesterday during the official listing of the Real Estate Investment Fund on the Nigerian Exchange in Lagos. He said the review will balance government revenues objectives with the need to attract private capital into key sectors of the economy. It described the listing as a major milestone in President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda, aimed at mobilizing private and institutional funds for affordable housing, job creation, and economic growth. According to him, the fund already carries AAA ratings from Augusto & Co. and AA from GCRO, reflecting investors' confidence and the viability of public-private partnership in delivering social infrastructure. To end the business news hour, the Nigerian Deposit Insurance Corporation has reiterated its directive to bank to resolve customers' complaints within 2 weeks, warning that unsolved cases after the deadline can be escalated directly to the corporation for intervention. The move, according to the NDIC, is part of its renewed commitment to protecting depositors and ensuring stronger customers' confidence in the banking system. Speaking yesterday at the NDIC Day during the ongoing Lagos International Trade Fair, the Director Claimed Resolution Department, Mr. Oluwale Sule, said the corporation remains the focal point for resolving customers' complaints and ensuring depositors' funds are safe. Sule, who represented the Chief Executive Officer of NDIC, Mr. Oludure Sunday, explained that one of the NDIC's core mandates is bank supervision, which include examining banks, handling complaints, and ensuring that customers' issues are promptly addressed. According to him, complaints could include unresolved ATM dispense errors or other issues affecting customers' accounts, and the NDIC has a clear mandate to intervene when necessary. Sule further warned that only banks duly licensed by the Central Bank of Nigeria and insured by the NDIC are covered under the Deposit Insurance Scheme. This is all we can take this morning on the BDT Business News Hour. I am Glory Brown. Thank you and keep watching the BusinessDay television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is Wo's recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs
Good morning and welcome to Economy and Markets, where we give you a comprehensive breakdown of the economy as well as insights into the market. This morning we are going in with news around the NGX from yesterday. So before we go in, let's look at some of the market updates from yesterday. Yesterday we saw what can be described as the worst crash since the 2008-2009 market crash. The last time we saw a daily rout like that was probably in the year 2008, almost 17 years, more than 17 years ago. The NGX All Share Index went down by 5.01%, losing over 7,454 points to close out an All Share Index of 141,327. This is the lowest since mid-September, because from September up to October, we've seen the market rally significantly. Market cap declined to 89.885 trillion naira, and the year-to-date of the market also went down to 37.3%. Although, when you look at it, in the context of 2024 returns, the market is still outperforming 2024. Throughout traded volume yesterday, we saw a massive sell-off, and I mean massive sell-off. 641.17 million shares in deals worth around 29 billion naira. Now, let's look at the top gainers. The market yesterday was quite a wonderful day that we had only 4 gainers in the entire market. We couldn't even garner up to 5. But just 4 gainers. We had NCR gaining 9.282%, Beggar Paints 2.56%, FCMB 0.96%, and Mansard, AXA Mansard gained 0.25%. Those were the only gainers in the market. However, let's look at on the flip side, let's look at the losers. On the losing side, we had 11 stocks decline by 10%. However, we can take space for only 5. We saw MTN decline by 10%, Dangote Cement 10%, Boa Cement down by 10%, Owando PLC down by 10%, Custodian Investment down by 10%. And we also see stocks like International Breweries down by 9.55%. Most of the losers yesterday are NGX 30 stocks. So it was quite a bloodbath yesterday as profit taking of a massive proportion happened in that market yesterday. Let's look at the top traded stocks in terms of volume and in terms of value. First Hold Co., that's the holding company of First Bank, was the top traded stock in terms of volume. 68.27 million shares in deals worth around 2.1 billion naira. Access Holdings 56.28 million shares in deals worth 1.184 billion naira. Zenith Bank 41.9 million shares in deals worth 2.3 billion naira. Then Fidelity Bank, all banking stocks basically, 38.48 million shares in deals worth around 693 million naira. Then Stanbic Holdco, Stanbic 31.55 million shares in deals worth 3.193 billion naira. Okay, from there we move to the global side of things. While we saw a very bearish market in Nigeria, we saw on the flip side in the US, we saw the market go in the greenish direction. Dow Jones up by 1.16%, S&P 500 index up by 0.26%. The Nasdaq Composite, as a lot of people are now slowly retreating from the AI rave and AI craze of the last few months. We saw Nasdaq also decline by 19 basis points. In Asia, it was also a greenish market. Nikkei 225 down by 14 basis points. The Kospi index up by 81 basis points. Hang Seng index up by 18 basis points. And from today, we've also seen that the Asian market is also slightly up. This is majorly due to the fact that the US government shutdown is over. There is increased tendencies of increased economic activity, especially in the United States, that is having a global impact on markets across the world. In Europe, the same thing. We saw FTSE 100 up by 1.15% yesterday. The CAC 40 from France up by 1.25% yesterday, and the DAX index up by 53 basis points. On the currency side, there was not much of a difference. The Naira closed at 1,439 Naira to the USD, 1,664 Naira to the Euros, and against the British Pound, 1,896 Naira to the British pounds. And that brings us to our first conversation of the day. We're talking about the massive rout in the market yesterday. And on the show this morning, I have Abigail Adishino, who is a research and insight analyst at Norembaja Group. Good morning, Abigail.
Good morning.
Yeah, it's a pleasure having you this morning. First things first, I want to talk about what do you think triggered that massive sell-off? What do you think was the driving force?
Yesterday, the NGX witnessed something we've not witnessed in a very, very long time. We had a huge sell-off. I mean, the entire index was in a bloodbath, majorly driven by, we are usually at this time of the year, from about November to about mid-December, they are usually profit taking as a result of investors, doing rebalancing, portfolio rebalancing, But as a result of that, on the back of that, we also have, the CGT, the effect of the CGT, which came in massively, right? This came in as a result of there was a lot of uncertainty in respect to a lot of things that surrounds the CGT. CGT moving from a flat 10% rate to about and something that could go as high as 25-30% based on the CIT rate, company income tax rate for both individuals and companies 30% or 25%. That's the effect of that. Although we didn't expect that the effect of CGT would start immediately, but that investors, took cautious effect, took things into their hands, just there to take profit. We saw full offer, right, on large cap stocks such as Dangstem, MTN.
I think we lost Abigail there. We'll take a short break and we'll be back.
Where we had just 4 gainers on the index, it was a real bloodbath yesterday on the index.
Second there, we lost you for a second there, but the question I want to ask now is, so we see that institutional investors are doing a lot of portfolio rebalancing now, but what about the retail investors? It seems like there was quite a bit of panic selling. I saw an experience of someone who said Dangote's sugar is going for 55 naira on the market, and he saw an offer of 50.6 naira. The investor was selling for 50.6 naira. Is that also a factor, panic selling from retail investors?
Particularly retail investors, indulge or sell off because of sentiment or going into panic selling, like you called it. Because normally, imagine someone who doesn't have, who had already put their life savings or a lot of money that means so much to them into their portfolio, into the NGX, into the equity stock. They would usually want to also sell off, since you see that their financial goal or their investment goal, the aim at which they invested in that particular stock was for it to, increase or get to a particular level, and then seeing that it was already getting almost lower than their entry point, they would definitely want to sell. I also saw a portfolio, as a matter of fact, 2 portfolios yesterday where the loss on that person's portfolio, as the person said, was already getting lower, was already reaching the person's entire net worth, So you'd naturally expect that investors would, get into panic selling. So not just for retail investors, for institutional investors, they already know that they're going to sell off, and they just do that in a very large volume, and as we saw, this drove the market cap lower than the 90 trillion benchmark, that we've been doing previously.
This question, do you think, so since October 27, that was the day after Donald Trump made a statement about Nigeria, do you think his remarks have really influenced investor sentiment, especially among the foreign portfolio investors in that market? Do you think so?
Although FPIs were cautious with Nigerian equities when Donald Trump, gave that threat, when Donald Trump threat, came up. However, it didn't that particular trade did not affect the NGX, couldn't have affected the NGX this much, right? It might have affected the NGX a bit, made FPI, particularly FPIs, cautious about Nigerian equities. But we saw that when this trade was made, it didn't affect FX at all. It didn't affect foreign exchange. It also didn't affect fixed income, right? So how would it not affect equities? If it had, it would have been just people, just seeing FPIs being cautious. Okay, let's see how this will do, but not necessarily.
So basically, from yesterday's move was basically a November trend happening, portfolio rebalancing, had nothing to do with all of those other
CGT effect,
factors.
mostly capital gains effect as well.
So the question I want to ask now is this a good time to enter the market, or what are you saying? Do you think how long will this persist, or how long are you forecasting that this will persist? Is it a good time to enter the market? If not now, when do you think is a great time to enter the market?
See, today already, yesterday, the Taiwo Oyedele already, made some clarifications, seeing all of those, the bloodbath on the NGX and all of that, seeing investors' reaction to the CGT, to the CGT thing. We saw Taiwo Oyedele came out to clarify, right? Give some further clarities as regards to the tax, and also the Honorable Minister Wale Edun also said that they were going to look into it or do further analysis into CGT during the closing gong at the NGX yesterday. So this had already, we can already see the effect of this positive effect, because as of today, the NGX, life is now back to the NGX. Some of these big names are already in the green today, right?
I'm looking at it right now.
Right now today. Yes, exactly. So some of them are already in the green. Life is back to the NGX. People, that's to show that investors really, really react to news. And yes.
Okay. So the question I want to ask is, if these capital gains tax, Wale Edun made a statement that they are going to review, they are reviewing it, coming with a review of the capital gains tax regime. But here's the thing about the previous capital gains tax regime. The 10% regime was not really implemented. So let's say they review it and say, okay, let's come down to 20 or 15%, and they end up implementing it. How do you think it would actually affect the market? The previous one was not implemented, but although it was there, but it wasn't implemented. But now, if they go ahead with the implementation of it, how do you reckon that it will affect the market?
Well, going by the clarity, right, that was also made by Wale Edun by Taiwo Oyedele yesterday, right? He also made some further clarities into the cost base, right? So if CGT comes into play, even if it's not at a progressive rate, right, according to the tax rate or the income of that particular individual, right? If it comes in at a fixed rate of 15 or 20%, let's assume that it's still the clarifications that Taiwo Oyedele gave yesterday will still stand, which is the cost base will now be the higher of your entry point, the amount you acquired it, or the amount it closed at 31st December 2025, right? That gives you more clarity. I want to believe that that's also another reason why we are seeing the NGX in green today, right? So if somebody wants to tax you, as against before, prior to now, where we didn't know exactly what the cost base to be, there was even some form of information, unclarified, but some form of information about CGT being charged retrospectively. That would be a high that would take a high negative effect on investors. So now that we have further clarity, I believe that investors would not react to it negatively so much as we're already seeing today. Also, another clarity that was made by the president of fiscal policies is also around the transactions and deduction of the transaction cost. People would really want to see all of that take effect. Another thing is that most of the assessment to be done by itself. Self-assessment will be the way to go. Although it also
Abigail, we lost you for a second. Can you hear me? Okay, I think we just lost Abigail. So looking at the market from today, before we get her back, let's look at some of the data from today's market. The market is just an hour in. The market opened by 10 a.m. and the time is around 11:20. 20 minutes lap. We already see GTCO 10% up, Nigerian Breweries up 10%, Zenith Bank up 10%, Owando up 10%, PZ Cousins up 10%, Access Holdings up 10%. We've already seen in 1 hour of trading, we've seen 18.7 billion naira worth of shares traded, around 299 million worth of shares traded in deals worth around 18.7 billion. This is this will probably be a day of immense hunting. That's what I would use, because quite a number of investors have looked at entry points and have considered these share prices to be quite good entry points. ASO Savings and Loans is also up 10%. We have a number of 10% gainers as we speak. It's quite a lot. Considering the fact, so we lost Abigail there, but let's also look at this news that Wale Edun has said that they are going to be, okay, we have her back on the show. I have one more question for her. Abigail, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Apologies for that.
Yeah. So I was just talking about the fact that we have a number of 10% gainers already. Yesterday we had 10% decliners, like full sell offers on some of these stocks. But just 1 hour into trading day, we already seen 18.7 billion worth of trading deals. Like, with the gainers are already we already seen more than around 8 to 9 full gainers. So what's your thoughts?
It's like I said earlier, I'm not sure you heard, because of the network, right? We had this clarity. There's something about getting full information, proper communication. It just helps to boost investors' confidence. And that's what the president of Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform, Taiwo Oyedele, has done. And coupled with the reassurance or further review that came from the Honorable Minister Wale Edun, right? This has helped to, further boost investors' confidence. So they know that whatever it is, clarity. We know what the cost base will be. We know how it will be assessed. We know that transaction costs would be deducted, and all of those things, they will not be deducted. Sorry. So we know that all these things have helped to further restore investors' confidence into the market. I'm not even shocked at, and that thing that has also helped to restore these gains that we're seeing in the market. It's also people taking position, right? Yesterday we saw assets as low as about 20 naira thereabout, and some other stock that lost significantly. That's a good entry point, if you ask me, for some of these large cap stocks. So that's just investors also taking position, taking advantage of the lows in these stocks.
So one of my final question is around the stabilization measures. Yesterday we saw the market go down 5%. Now today we are seeing it already up by 2%, a whooping 2%. A lot of gainers in the market. The question I have is, I know we already have a circuit breaker in place with the 10% cap on gains and on losses. Do you think that there should be any other stabilization measures at this point so that will prevent our market from going? Because now we're already on a rallying. This is another rallying ride. We've seen quite a number of those rallying rides this year, and if we see a rallying ride like this, let's say the market continues like this into next week, will you not see another significant routing on just one day? That another day will just come and there will be another significant routing? Or what was your thought? Or we should just let the market flow as it is?
Like you said, we already have a circuit breaker. We cannot have loss or gain on a single stock more than or below 10%. Right? 10% is the highest you can go, or the lowest you can go in a single day. That's quite enough, if you ask me. And also, saying that that alone, that 10% benchmark helps stocks, right? Helps the ends. That should be enough. In addition to essential information be given to investors. I mean, people will not do panic selling or panic buying if there are significant information, to help them make the right decision, such as we already had yesterday. So that should do for now. And of course, what we had yesterday and what we're experiencing today, or what we might probably experience later, was not as a result of the SEC or the MGX effect in all of this.
Okay, thank you so
But
much.
of course, we would welcome any further implementation by the exchange or by the commission to help investors.
Thank you so much for your time and your insight, Abigail Additional. It's been great talking to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, David.
Yeah. Now we'll move to a news around Wale Edun, the coordinating minister of the economy and the minister for finance. He made a statement yesterday. He said that Nigeria will likely review the capital gains tax. So Wale Edun said that the government is considering a review of the proposed capital gains tax ahead of its planned implementation in January 2026. The CGT, which forms part of broader fiscal reforms under this current administration, has stirred widespread concern among investors and stockbrokers. Basically, the policy is seeking to triple the capital gain tax on foreign equity investors or on the gains from sale of shares from 10%, a move analysts say has contributed to the recent market downturn that wiped nearly 8% of value in just 1 week. Speaking at the listing of the Mofi Real Estate Investment Fund that happened on the Nigerian exchange on Tuesday, Edun said government will listen, analyze, and decide on the best approach for Nigeria. He assured stakeholders that feedback will be taken seriously to ensure optimum results. The minister's comments come as investors anticipate clarity on fiscal policy amid fears that the higher CGT could dampen foreign investment inflows. Market watchers also believe Edun's signal for review could help restore investor confidence and ease the bearish sentiment that has recently swept through the equities market, even though the market is still around 40% up since January. So after the break, we return with another conversation, this time on the national payment stack. Please stay with us. Welcome back to Economy and Market. We're moving on to a conversation around what is now a new payment settlement system that was developed by the Nigerian Interbank Settlement System, NIBS. So on Monday, we talked about the national payment stack, which is the new settlement system that NIBS developed. According to NIBS, they said the first transaction on the NPS, what will be known as NPS, happened on Friday around 11:56 a.m. According to a statement by NIBS, they said this marks the dawn of a new, seamless, secure, and inclusive financial transaction. Basically, what is NPS? What does it entail for the payment settlement ecosystem in Nigeria? This is what we want to converse about. Is NPS replacing the NIP? The NIP is the instant payment platform that was developed in 2011, still by NIBS, to basically enable digital transactions to take place. And on the show this morning to give us a comprehensive understanding of what this entails, I have Motunrayo Okoyejo, who is a fintech engineer. Good morning, Motunrayo.
Hi, good morning.
Yes. So first things first, let's start. What is a national payment stack? How does it differ from NIP? What does it?
Okay, so the national payment stack (NPS) is just like an upgrade to the current NIP, which we currently use to transfer money at the moment. So it's a new infrastructure built by the NIBS.
Yes.
So it's just that it's built from ground to top. So it's supposed to be what we're going to be using in future for payments. And then I think a major difference is that the NPS now uses the ISO 20022, which is like the international standards for payments, sending money across here. So that's like a major difference between it.
So one question I have is, I'll refer back to NIP, right?
Okay.
Is NIP, so I've seen a number of fintechs in Nigeria come up and say we have built a payment settlement system.
Okay.
How does it differ from NIP? Is NIP not the single payment transfer, instant payment settlement system that exists in the country.
Yeah. So NIP is the current instant settlements thing that we have right now.
Yes.
But the NIPS is now bringing NPS, which is like a national payment system, national payment stack, which is supposed to like replace the NIP. But the replacement is not like, it's not going to be like done immediately right now. It will be phased out. So at the moment, banks, they mentioned that they tested with Paystack,
PalmPay and
Wema. So over time, banks and fintechs will have to like test their system and ensure that they meet the NPS standards before like the migration will now occur.
Okay, so the participating institutions, the banks, the fintechs will have to ensure that there's a standard they have to meet before they can integrate NPS.
Yes.
So it's not in competition. I saw a particular post on social media where someone said they are trying to enter into competition with InterSwitch. Please respond to that.
So InterSwitch also use NIPS, right, to make transfers.
Yes.
So NPS is simply like an upgraded NIP. So it's like we're moving from like 2G to like 5G. So NPS is faster, it has more data, so you can get like better analytics from NPS, and then reconciliation is expected to be instant because it's expected to be faster because we now have more data between more data between the sender and then the receiver. Yes.
So one question I'll have one question is, do you think that they can trace payment to kidnappers using this NPS now?
I believe that even with NIP we can trace
payment to kidnappers.
Yes, like you
before where the account or where the
So right now, if you send money, you need to have like a PVN before you make payments, right? So even with NIP, you can actually trace anybody. The DSS can trace people if they want.
Okay, let's move on. Let's move on from that. Okay, and NIPS is saying that this NPS is in accordance with ISO 20022 standards. What does that really mean in plain language? What does it mean in simpler terms?
Okay, so ISO 20022 is like the international payment standard.
Okay.
So they want us to have the same standard as SWIFT. So ISO 20022 requires that they collect more information than they currently collect. So right now, if you are trying to send money to somebody, the bank would send your sender details, like where the money is coming from, right? And then maybe you put like a narration, right? That's just the
timestamp.
Well, do they really send? They send session ID and then the timestamp too. I don't think everybody they don't send it to you as a customer, right? But for the ISO 20022, it's a global standard, right? So they are not just collecting your personal information. They are collecting the timestamp of when the payment left your own account to when it was received.
On the other
yes,
account.
there are also some kind of codes that they'll be tracking. For example, apart from the narration which you are going to give, they can trace like the source of the funds, where the money is coming from. There are more data will be collected, but we need to see it in play. Data like transaction code, is this like some information that you're not collecting right now? Maybe they can start collecting like things like, is it a salary? Is it rent?
Okay.
Your narration can be, I'm sending money for something else.
Is it funds from illegal means? Is it
Yes,
money
yes,
laundering?
yes. So they are going to be collecting more data than they are currently collecting. That's just like the major difference between NIP. And the more data we collect, the better it is for analytics. So so we now have more analytics.
So one question I have is around data concerns. You said they're going to be collecting more data. Data. So that means there's going to be need for more cybersecurity, cybersecurity concerns.
Yes, so more data means that there
More
could
threat.
be like more threat. But that data is not just the work of NIPS. So it's a shared responsibility. So NIPS will do their parts. Banks too have to ensure that they do their parts too. Fintech, everybody that is implementing NPS, they have to do their own part of the job so that customers' data are secure. Because we're collecting more data. We now have timestamp. We have details of payments. We have sender and receiver details. We need to ensure that we're protecting this data. So NIPS has their own part to do. Obviously, they said that they are using encryption and more cybersecurity stuff to make it better. But banks need to do their own part. Fintech and everybody that is integrating with the NPS too they have to do their own part.
So the question I have now is, that means there has to be a place for more training.
Yes, and then you know that before you can use NIPS, NIP, you have to get like a license for NIPS. So obviously, in the process of getting the license, they would check all these things and confirm that everything is in place before you get the license to use it.
Okay, there has to be a license to use it.
Just like the NIP.
Okay, what are the expected changes that you think fintechs will be making in line with NPS? Some of the fintechs, do you think they would have to okay, now the question I want to ask basically is, do we have the technical capacity in Nigeria? Do our companies, banks, do they have the technical capacity to implement these standards that it is, or do we probably have to hire expatriates?
Well, obviously, but Nigerians are good engineers,
okay.
So we have the capacity to do it. So what we just need to do is to improve our architecture. So, for example, say one of the standard of ISO 2022 is to collect, say we are now collecting timestamp of when the payment was sent and when it was received. We just need to upgrade our current payment system to collect that. So this would like take time. That's why NPS is not just going to be immediately. It's going to take time before, it's going to take a while for banks to test and confirm that it works with what they currently have existing, right? And then customers would not get disrupted. So they won't even know that anything's happening behind the scene. You just send money, and when they test and see that it's going, banks will face it out one after the other. So it's not like everybody will just stop using NIP today and just move to NPS. So it's over time.
So now there's something around faster transaction time.
Okay.
Why does it guarantee faster transaction time? What's the...
So you know that they said they built NPS from ground up. So NIP was built like 14 years ago.
Yeah,
that's like 2011. Yes. Yeah. So imagine we're using NIP from 2011 and it's still fast. Like you can send money. You can send money from like your bank account to my bank account and you receive it almost immediately. So now imagine like a technology that they are building from ground today, or they started building it like last year or this year. So imagine like the advancement in technology from when NIP was built to now NPS. So NPS is like, they're not upgrading NIP, they are building something new. Yeah, something new from ground. Yes.
So one other issue that Nigerians face is instant payments, and I know that there's been a lot of effort in curbing it, and in fact there's been a lot of improvement. Is the part of glitches in payments. So sometimes you make transfers, it doesn't reflect in the receiver's account. It reflects on your own account, the sender, it doesn't reflect in the receiver's account. Sometimes it leads to a lot of, some people have lost money. Some people have lost millions of naira because of issues like this. And it just seems like the transaction goes poof in the air. And you are not able to trace the money, the cash, where the cash went to. Then it leads to a lot of fraud and stuff like that. Will this solve the problem?
So potentially, because the NPS is faster, we would have like we should have lesser glitches. But you know that most of these glitches is not just NIP's fault. Some of it have to do with like the network infrastructure. For example, I'm trying to send money from a bank to another bank, let's say from Wema to OPay, and then maybe one of the bank has a downtime at the moment due to their network. So it's not necessarily NIP's fault that the transaction did not go through. It's the bank network. So we might still have these cases, but because transactions are faster now, I mean, they happen in milliseconds. So we expect that it would be fewer than it used to be.
Okay, now another question, the last question I have finally is around data centers. How much need of data centers will this need? We are talking of more data, basically.
Okay.
Do you think that the amount of data that would probably need now would lead to maybe a surge in the amount of data or memory capacity that our banks, fintechs will require at this point?
Yes, because we're collecting like more data, which is, so say before we're collecting like maybe like 1 KB of data, we now have to collect like 2 KB. So we definitely need like more, we need to collect more data. So we need more storage. Okay. We need more storage to keep things. So depending on where the banks have their data centers, I'm sure that their data centers actually collect like a lot of memory already. So each bank would have to do it like internally. I'm sure NIPS have done their own part because they are the ones building. Yeah. So each bank will now have to, first integrate with NIPS and check like, okay, what do we need here? do we need to do an upgrade on our end? And then when they are ready to initiate NPS, they will then inform NIPS that, oh, we're ready, and then they can now go ahead.
Okay, but there's no deadline to when they can implement this NPS from now.
NIPS did not mention any deadline.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for speaking to us on the National Payment Stack. I have Mutura Okoyejo, who is a fintech engineer. And that's all we can take on economy and market for today. We've spoken about the market route from yesterday, and we're also seeing that the market is back to its normal state today. We've seen a lot of very early rallies this morning. And we also spoke about the National Payment Stack. Thank you, and I'm David Olujimi.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at noon. I am Amanda Imosimo. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Now, the headlines. Federal government suspends 15% import tax on imported petrol. Nigeria eyes $20 billion in investment from 70 priority gas projects. Tinubu excludes fan properties from sale. Trump signs bill ending US longest ever government shutdown. Super Eagles return to training for 2026 World Cup Africa qualifying playoffs. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the federal government, through the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, has suspended the implementation of the 15% ad valorem import duty on imported premium motor spirit and diesel. The authority revealed this in a statement signed by the Director of Public Affairs Department, George Eneita, who assured that there is adequate supply of petroleum products in the country within the acceptable national sufficiency threshold during the period of peak demands. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu had approved a 15% import policy on PMS and diesel in October 2025, stirring widespread concern across the oil and gas sector, with operators warning it could raise petrol prices, worsen inflation, and increase import costs
even as the government insists the policy aims to boost local refining and generate revenue. The president's approval was conveyed in a letter signed by his private secretary, Dabilotu Aderemi, following a proposal submitted by the executive chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, Zach Adedeji. Moving on, Nigeria is positioning itself to unlock as much as $20 billion in new investment from 70 priority gas projects over the next few years, accelerating efforts to turn its vast natural gas reserves into the springboard for industrialization, job creation, and energy security. According to the chief executive of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Farouk Ahmed, the project, drawn from a pool of more than 200 reviewed by the Decade of Gas Secretariat between July and August, represent the most viable opportunities to propel Nigeria towards its 2030 goal of becoming a gas-powered economy. This project spread across 6 key demand clusters: power generation, fertilizer, petrochemicals, industrial feedstock, compressed and liquefied gas, petrol, and gas exports reportedly have a combined potential gas demand of about 15 billion standard cubic feet per day. Ahmed says they were selected from a broader database of 215 proposed utilization projects, which together account for an estimated 30 billion standard cubic feet per day of demand. The NMDPRA chief noted that the 3-week validation process, which began this week, will rigorously test the credibility of this project by matching supply with demand, establishing pricing mechanisms, and identifying infrastructure and policy enablers needed to accelerate implementation. Still on, President Bola Tinubu has approved the exclusion of properties belonging to the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria within and around airports from sale to private individuals. The decision, according to the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, received the approval of the Federal Executive Council on Wednesday, 12 November 2025. For several years, FAN has reportedly held residential and operational properties within and around airport precinct, originally built to accommodate essential aviation staff such as air traffic controllers, rescue and firefighting personnel, security officers, and navigational technicians. FAN, however, commenced demolitions of homes in Kano 2025 amid ownership disputes, noting the quarters were built specifically for aviation workers and were never properly sold or transferred to third parties. With the new directive, retired staff members who are now private occupiers of FAN-owned properties may be evicted for critical staff members, while Keyamo revealed that the development aimed at safeguarding aviation operations and ensuring that essential technical staff remain within airport premises for emergency response and operational efficiency. Also, the Lagos State government said it will on Saturday, 15 November, begin an 8-month rehabilitation of the busy Lekki-Ajah corridor to improve road quality and ease chronic traffic congestion along the axis. In a statement issued on Wednesday, the Commissioner for Transportation, Oluwaseyi Osiyemi, revealed the works will run until 15th July 2026 and will be carried out in 2 phases to limit disruption to motorists and businesses. According to Osiyemi, Phase 1 will cover the stretch from Lekki's first tollgate to the second tollgate, divided into 7 sections of the expressway, while 1 lane will remain open to traffic as the other undergoes reconstruction, after which work will switch to the opposite lane. Phase 2 will extend from the second tollgate to the Ajah underbridge and will cover 4 sections. During this stage, motorists heading from Ajah towards Lekki will be diverted to a single lane while the other is repaired before works are reversed in completion. The Commissioner added that the traffic management officials would be deployed to ensure movement maintained throughout both phases. To end the local news, the 15th edition of the Peace Achievers International Awards has reaffirmed the central role of peace in driving development, justice, and social inclusion, as prominent speakers and humanitarians gather to celebrate individuals and organizations championing peace-building efforts across Africa. The event held in Abuja brought together public officials, diplomats, civil society leaders, and young changemakers under the theme, Peace, Development, and New Sectorial Partnerships. In his opening address, Kingsley Amafibe, organizer of the Peace Achievers International Award and project director of Peace Ambassador Agency, celebrated the milestone of 15 years of promoting peace, leadership, and humanitarian initiatives across the continent. Amafibe emphasized that peace is a shared responsibility, not an abstract ideal, adding that true peace is reflected in everyday acts of compassion and empowerment, urging corporate organizations and individuals to partner with the agency in sustaining these programs and expanding their reach. Over the years, the organization has supported more than 1,000 children through scholarship programs and empowered numerous widows through community-based initiatives.
Today means a lot to us because it's 15 years. 15 years of consistency, 15 years of promoting peace, not only in Nigeria, but across Africa. 15 years of building young leaders. 15 years of humanitarian activity. 15 years of commitment to peace and community development. Sometimes we don't know the value of peace, and we take this for granted because we don't know the value of peace. Now people will say, when you test war, you understand the value of peace. Now, peace is a collective effort. Peace is you and me. Peace is reaching out to that young boy who has talent in the street and changing the boy's story. Peace is giving scholarship to children who cannot afford education. And this is what we stand for as an organization. For 15 years, we've built talent. For 15 years, we've had over 1,000 children under our scholarship. 15 years, we've been committed in building a team of future leaders. I want to call on you today to be part of this initiative. Now, these are initiatives that promote productivity.
We're going on a quick break now, and we'll bring you the foreign news in detail.
Welcome to Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business
environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
And we're back. Thank you for staying with us. On the foreign scene, President Donald Trump on Wednesday signed legislation to end the longest government shutdown in U.S. history, hours after the House of Representatives voted to restore food assistance, pay hundreds of thousands of federal workers, and revive the nation's air traffic control system. The Republican-controlled House passed the funding package by a vote of 222 to 209, with Trump's backing helping to keep his party largely united, despite fierce opposition from House Democrats. According to reports, the Democrats had sought to ensure an extension of federal health insurance subsidies, a key demand that was not met. Trump, however, signed the bill which clerked the Senate earlier in the week during a late-night Oval Office ceremony, saying such can never be allowed again as it's not a way to run a country. The agreement extends funding until 30th January, temporarily reopening government departments after a 43-day shutdown that paralyzed vital services. Also, 13 countries have signed a new declaration aimed at combating climate disinformation and promoting accurate science-based information on climate change. The Declaration on Information Integrity on Climate Change was launched on Wednesday at COP30 in Belém, Brazil, by the Global Initiative for Information Integrity on Climate Change, seeks to strengthen global cooperation against the spread of false and misleading narratives that undermine climate action. According to reports, this commits government, civil society, and the private sector to promote transparency, protect journalists and researchers, and ensure that public information on climate change is evidence-based. Countries endorsing the declaration include Brazil, China, Chile, Denmark, Finland, France, Germany, Spain, Sweden, Uruguay, Belgium, and 2 others. Brazilian President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva says climate change is no longer a threat of the future, but a tragedy of the present, warning that the world now lives in an era where Obscurantists reject scientific evidence and attack institutions. Now to sports. The Super Eagles of Nigeria returned to the training ground on Wednesday evening as focus shifts firmly to Thursday's 2026 FIFA World Cup Africa Playoff semi-final clash against the Panthers of Gabon. The pay dispute that knocked off on Tuesday's training session has been resolved as the players now look forward to putting Thursday's potentially explosive encounter out of the reach of the Gabonese. President of the Nigeria Football Federation, Ibrahim Musa Gusau, also expressed confidence that the team will deliver today. Today's high-stakes encounter at the Complex Sportif Prince Héritier Moulay Iraba, starting at 5 p.m. West African time, will be the 10th confrontation between the senior men national teams of Nigeria and Gabon, with the Super Eagles reportedly winning 5 of the previous 9 matches and drawing 3. To end the news, former Chelsea midfielder Oscar is reportedly set to retire from football after being diagnosed with heart abnormalities following medical advice from his doctors and family. The 34-year-old Sao Paulo player became unwell during physical testing at the club's training center on Tuesday and was rushed to the hospital after losing consciousness. Sao Paulo confirmed the incident that Oscar presented cardiological changes and was promptly attended to by the club's medical professionals and doctors from Einstein Hospital Israelita. According to reports, the Brazilian, who has been receiving treatment for a heart condition since August, has been strongly advised by his family to retire from football. This is where we wrap it up this afternoon on Business Day Television News at Noon. I am Amanda Imosibue. Stay tuned for more updates.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Once we made the world's red gold palm oil that built nations. We wove ashoke that told our stories. We crafted leather that walked across continents. Today, we are doing it again. But this time, we own the narrative, powered by makers, artisans, designers, chefs, and dreamers who believe local is the new global. Business Day's Go Local Summit 2025 brings them all together. Go local, from raw potential to market power. For exhibitions, sponsorship or partnerships, call Rachel on 0806 420 3499 or send a mail to rachel.edache@businessdayonline.com.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you?
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olujabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
Command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Doing
very well, thank you.
Thank you. Hope to have an exciting section today.
Looking forward to it.
Hello, Mr. Bankole.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. It's nice to have you here.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Adewale. Nice to have you all here. So I think we're starting in the next 2 minutes. I just want other speakers to come on board so we don't have to go back again. So let's just, and please can we all put on our video so I can see our handsome and beautiful faces. Nice to meet you, Abimbola. Hello, Adiola. Nice to meet you. I can't hear you, Adiola. Hello, Mr. Adewale.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Bankole, good afternoon. Hello. Hope you're having a nice day. So we just need other speakers to join and we'll just start. But before that, let's just interact. Let's just say hi to your day going. So just tell me what's happening. Like, hope you're excited to be on this session. Okay, can you hear me? Because I can't hear anyone.
Sure, we can hear you.
Okay, so we just have one more speaker to come on board. And who's that speaker? Okay, Mr. Benga. We're waiting for Mr. Benga. So in the next 1 minute, if he's not online, we're going to start. So we'll just join us. Let's see them here. Okay. I'll just put a call across to him. So let me know if he's coming now so we can start. So I'll be right back. As the benefits of insurance for SMEs. And in no particular order, I'm just going to call on our speakers to introduce themselves. Just introduce yourself for 1 minute. Tell us your name and what you do, the company you work with. Just introduce yourself basically. So I'm going to start with Abimbola. Hello, Abimbola. Can you please introduce yourself?
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, my name is Onyoluka Bimbola. I work with Fast Credit Finance Company Limited. I'm the divisional head SME banking. I have over 20 years experience in banking, commercial banks, finance houses, and the likes. And I love to talk SME. I love to talk investments. I have a passion for people, developing businesses, in our quota. As an organization, we are passionate about the Nigerian consumers, consumer lending, SME lending, public sector and private sector lending, which is part of the business that we're into. I'm looking forward to a fantastic session today.
Thank you so much, Abimbola. I'm also looking forward to a fantastic session. Thank you so much. Mr. Adewale, can you introduce yourself, please?
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Or good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. My name is Adewale Talal. I work with Coronation Insurance, and have been in the business of marketing for over 15 years now, especially retail SME and direct sales / digital marketing. So I'm glad to be here to share my idea on onto this topic. So I hope we have an interactive section.
Thank you, Mr. Adewale. Mr. Bankole, can you please introduce yourself?
Hello, everyone. So my name is Bankole Banjo. So I look after the Sanlam Alliance Nigerian brand as the marketing and corporate communications manager. In a nutshell, I'm the brand's official makeup artist. I make the brand look good. So I'm extremely passionate about insurance. I've been in the industry for 10 years. I've started out in advertising. I've literally sold every and anything. The only thing I've not sold so far is a church or a mosque, but everything else I've had cause to be involved in the advertising or marketing communication. So I'm delighted to be here. I like to break down insurance in an easy to relate everyday language. So I look forward to a very exciting session this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bankole. We have Miss Adeolu. Are you still online? Because I can't see you. Miss Adeola, can you please introduce yourself? Sorry for the mistake in your name.
All right, I'm online. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adeola Olaniyan, and I'm a business systems architect, and I'm also the founder of adeolaniyan.co, which is a management consultancy where I work directly with businesses as their strategic architect. I help them build systems that are lean, smart, scalable, and investor magnetic. I've spent nearly 2 decades in operations and executive leadership across different industries like telecoms, e-commerce, renewable energy, fintech, and so on and so forth. And through those years, I've developed what I call operational intelligence, which is OI for short. So it's basically a framework for building businesses that are 90% proactive and predictive and only 10% reactive. So through this operational intelligence, I help organizations move from firefighting mode to foresight by creating structures that don't just survive, but dominate. So at the core of my work is a simple philosophy that is businesses can live forever. That's if they are built intelligently. My mission is basically to make operational intelligence and intelligence the new standard in Africa and beyond, and to show that chaos is always optional when your systems are designed right. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Adeola. Thank you, everyone. We wouldn't have gotten any better speakers than you all here on this platform. Thank you so much for gracing this platform. So, we're going to start. We're just going to dive into it because we know that insurance is like a safety net that protects people, businesses, because from unforeseen circumstances, unexpected events, no one plans for what is going to happen, because if we're to plan, we always plan for the good part. Nobody's planning for unexpected events. Nobody's planning for any crisis. But I feel like a lot of SMEs don't know the reasons for insurance. They feel insurance is just like wasting money. Like, I don't know, but I think that is the more reason why we have this topic, the benefit of insurance for SMEs. So I want our speakers to help us do justice to this topic because we have a lot of SMEs watching this online and let them know the benefits of why they need insurance for their businesses. So in no particular order, I am going to start with Mr. Adewale. Can you please talk about the topic for 10 minutes, please? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And to say thank you for having me and thank you for believing in us to do justice to the topic, benefit of insurance for SME. I believe in Nigeria, a lot of SME should have insurance because insurance is not just a topic we'll just discuss and we won't have a broader knowledge of what it entails and what the policy holders or who are buying things to enjoy. And first of all, I'll start with, from my own perspective, insurance means peace of mind. Peace of mind in terms of it provide the SME with peace of mind that their goods or whatever they invested their money with is protected. And also it enhances credibility and reputation for them because as a customer, if I'm aware that the person I'm dealing with has insured his goods and there won't be any form of damage to the partnership in terms of property damage when you are partnering with somebody and they didn't actually take insurance into consideration when you are starting a business. So it's very important. And what are the benefits to the SME themselves? We have employee protection because it provides protection for the employee, including for the employee in total, including the owners of the business. And what are the insurances they will buy? It is a workman. Sometimes we call it workers' compensation or we call it group life. And these two insurance policies covered are statutory. Is managed, is regulated. So it is a must for all SME. So far, you have minimum of 10 workers working under you. They must be protected. So that gives assurance to people even coming to work with you that, oh, if I work with Mr. A, I think working with them really, I think my life is insured. I can work and leave the hassle of thinking that if anything happened to me, the people that benefit from the effort and which is the beneficiary have rest assured that they can be compensated after something happened to us. It also increased confidence and competitiveness among people to know that this particular SME, this particular company has all what it takes to run in Nigeria, because we all know the financial loss that arises from you not insuring your property. And as an SME person, it should be part of your plan when you are setting up any business in Nigeria, because we never can tell. Because in fact, insurance is meant to cater for unforeseen circumstances, and is also meant to return you back to where you start from. And for any reasonable or wise SME person should know that should come first when you're setting up anything. We have many things that you can benefit. We have business continuity and resilience. Insurance enhances business resilience and adaptability, ensuring SME can recover from setback. What are the setbacks? I just mentioned, for example, during NSAS, we have so many small, medium scale enterprise owners that actually lost their businesses to that event just because of their negligence to insurance. And it was an eye-opener. It's even a selling point for most insurance marketers that they refer to that incident that you need this in case of theft, in case of burglary, in case of fire. There are so many fires that have happened this year that we know that the recovery rate will be minimal, and also depending on how the person who owns the business does he even actually insure his business in the first place. In the case of maybe you are not trying to file for claims, and also we have compliance and regulatory. Ordinarily, before you can even set up your business and everything, I see most businesses now. First thing they will ask you is, do you have insurance? Do you have everything? It must be pasted either in front of your front desk office or so. It must be available when they ask for it. You cannot ask for you cannot ask for even loans these days. They will ask you for insurance. So you cannot quantify the benefit of insurance to SME provider, because apart from you not even knowing that there is also risk involved on a daily basis to you or your workers, you must know that this thing can happen. Your neighbor can even incur the loss. So fire can start from anywhere. And if you are in that lane, the only thing that can save you is your insurance that you bought. And we just want to make sure that this awareness go around to everybody, because as we speak now, the penetration is still below 1%. And it's just sad for a country that we know that insurance is very important. People don't pay attention to it. Even when you reach out to them, they will tell you reason why they don't want to do it. But it's important for this kind of program to show that we preach to everybody, because you as a person, you have to benefit when you are setting up your business. Your life cover is there, your properties. We should look at the financial implication of how you set up your business. You should not take away insurance, because when it happens, what we can only tell you as a public is to send you condolence message, tell you sorry. But when you have it, the first thing that comes to your mind is to file for claim if you have a genuine insurance, because it's very important for you to have a genuine insurance document. Not just having it, but it must be a genuine, and also you must also have it with a reputable firm. That when you file for claims, they come to your rescue under 24 hours. And before you know it, in the space of 72 or 36 hours, you're already processing your claim. And that alone will give everybody who wants to deal with you that particular person is actually ready to do business. And we all know the stability insurance brings to all businesses in Nigeria, even to people that own home owners, house owners, or people who are even renting an apartment. If you insure your property, you are less concerned about any hazard that can happen. So whatever we want to say, insurance is just for everybody. And to me, the real meaning of insurance is peace of mind. And once you have peace of mind, I think you can do business with ease without having the heartache of what will happen. So people, in fact, insurance has catered, as we speak now, the rate at which insurance help people this is that it will manage everything concerning your business. You can do, if you are taking a loan, you have insurance for it. If you are traveling abroad, there's insurance for it. You are taking a mortgage, there's insurance for it. Whatever you are doing in Nigeria now, there's insurance for everything that will take care of every unforeseen circumstances that can arise in the course of you running a business. So I will not say much. Let me allow the audience to ask that question, because if I continue, I can spend the whole day telling you the importance of insurance and what people tend to get. But all I can say is that as an SME, that to round it up, these are the key things you enjoy having an insurance in your business: risk management mitigation, financial protection and stability, business continuity and resilience, and it also increase confidence and competitiveness, compliance with regulatory requirements, protection of assets, employee protection, business growth and expansion. It enhances credibility and reputation. Also, the last one that I've been preaching since, it gives you peace of mind. And that is the top of the icing to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Adewale. I really learned a lot. I like the fact that you said insurance gives you peace of mind. Insurance is peace of mind. Thank you so much. So I have like a little experience when the Lagos incident happened at Lagos Island. So I have a friend that has a shop there, and apparently she didn't insure her business. So she lost a whole lot. I think that was what prompted us to have this topic, the benefit of insurance for SMEs. So because a lot of SMEs don't really know the essence of this insurance. Thank you so much for doing justice to this topic. So right now, I'm going to call on Madam Abimbola to please talk on this topic for 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Esther. Salah has said so much. It was actually very interesting listening to him. And I'm bringing a view, a perspective from the finance angle, or from the financial institution angle. So Nigeria is such a huge company with country with a huge economy, and we find out that SMEs are the lifeblood of our economy right now. If you look at it critically, we have SMEs forming up to 48% of the contribution up to 48% of the GDP of Nigeria, and they're large scale employers of labor, with about 84% of the labor force being employed by SME. But like Salau said, you find out that most of them have, less than 1% of them have insurance in place, because Nigerians are usually very wary about anything that concerns, spending money and engaging themselves. And they do not realize that it's not anybody's benefit in the long run. It's actually for your own good. So this is also something that the federal government has also been very passionate about, creating awareness and ensuring that there is more uptake of insurance in the society at large. So I'm going to speak from the perspective of a finance company, which I am. I work with Fast Credit Finance Company Limited, and we are into SME lending. So one thing you can never take away, one recurring issue in business really, is the issue of funding and security. If you're a business person, you can't run away from those two things. You're either going to need someone to borrow you money at some point, either to expand your business, to take care of your working capital, to take your business to the next level. And then you will need to address security, which is a major issue here in Nigeria. If you're an SME business owner in Nigeria, you are not a stranger to the challenges of accessing finance and managing the risk that you're likely to encounter in the process of the day-to-day of your business. And unfortunately, our people are not vested, or they are yet to fully trust in insurance in this part of the world, even though data has shown that it is readily available. So already we have on this call, we have at least two insurance companies who are, very good at what they do. And you and I, off the top of our head, we can come up with at least 10 insurance companies, or one company or the other, that is involved in insurance. And yet Nigerians are still hesitant to insure their business. Now, I was talking about SME lending, basically. As an SME, you're likely going to need funds to expand your business at some point or the other. Salah mentioned it, that when we are reviewing SMEs for lending, one of the things that we look at is, do you have insurance in place? Because that is when we know that you have been, serious with your business, and you are the kind of partner that we want to take on. We expect that SMEs will practically take up insurance themselves, because, there could be a fire outbreak, burglary, death, and due to lack of insurance or proper insurance cover, you find out that a lot of businesses go out of business because they don't have this in place. Now, you cannot take a loan in Nigeria. You cannot get funding if you don't have insurance. We will also provide insurance on whatever facility that we're going to give to you. But we also expect that you have also done that preliminary work of protecting yourself, protecting your business, protecting your staff and employees from financial loss in exchange for a fee, which, when you look at the bigger picture, it's actually marginal, the value that you get from the insurance that you have put in place. So now there are different types of insurance. There's life insurance, there's property insurance, there's fire, burglary, But all of these act as a safety net for you as an SME, especially when you lend. And, we at Fast Credit Finance Company Limited, we are passionate about lending. One, we're a duly CBN licensed financial company. And it is also one of the regulations that you're going to get from any bank or financial institution that you talk to, that you have to have finance in place. So we are passionate about ethical funding to SMEs, and with the requisite, insurance banking. So we have so many products. Our products cut across, buy now, pay later, travel now, pay later, rent now, pay later, study now, pay later. We do public sector lending, we do private sector lending. Well, what we are really gung-ho about, let me use that word, is SME financing, because like I said earlier, SMEs are really the lifeblood of any economy that we are looking at. And we're always on the lookout for the best opportunities to serve our clientele best. So, you can you can make inquiries on our website, ask for, details on our lending, and you'll find out that we will not talk about anything with you without bringing insurance first because it gives you an advantage. SME lending cannot work without insurance because why? What are the benefits of insurance really? It's going to mitigate risk for you. As a business owner, you're a trader, you're into manufacturing, you're into logistics, transportation, whatever the case may be. You can never completely ameliorate risk. But if you put insurance in place, you find out that the hit that you take is reduced. Again, for lending, you find out that when you have insurance-backed loans, your business is protected from unforeseen events. Having insurance in place also ensures business continuity. It ensures that your business can continue to operate even when there's been a challenge. You have taken a loan, you find yourself defaulting, you encounter some challenges. Sometimes you have a turnaround time that you expect a transaction. Maybe you have inventory, you want to sell your inventory and you expect that I'm going to sell it down in 90 days. And then it doesn't happen that way and you start to miss some repayments. Next thing, some bank or some financial institution starts to break down your neck. But if you have, insurance in place, you find out that those kind of things are actually sorted. Is a safety net, is a protection for you. Again, if you have insurance in place, it helps your presentations, your requests. It helps your profile as an organization, or as an institution, or as a business, as a venture, as a sole proprietor. It gives you access to finance, which you would ordinarily not get if you do not have a proper insurance system in place. And insurance enhances your credibility. Organizations start to take you serious. They know that, you are serious about your business. It demonstrates your commitment to responsible business practices. It demonstrates your character. It demonstrates that you are the kind of business that we want to do. We want to partner with and take your business, help you take your business to the next level. So Nigerians really need to shy away from that idea that insurance is money that is going down the drain. A couple of weeks ago, I was with one of my customers at trade fair, and he was telling me about, he has a warehouse and then it caught fire and he lost goods of over 500 million naira. And he did not have insurance. So he had to literally go back to square one. Fortunately for him, he had multiple warehouses. He's into furniture business. He brings in furniture from Turkey, from Egypt, and all of that. And, imagine going from having 2 major warehouses and a showroom to having just 1 major warehouse. He was practically at, rock bottom. But if you had had insurance, if you had insured the goods, if you had insured the building, you wouldn't be having that conversation. And of course, he was now back. He had no choice but to take loans from loan sharks at Shylock rates, and which further worsened the situation where he found himself. And so at the end of the day, you think that you are doing yourself a favor, you think you are saving money, but by the time the risk crystallizes, everything just becomes a different kettle of fish. So it's best that you have insurance in place. One, it's also important that when you are taking a loan or you're taking financing of any sort, you ensure that you go to a credible financial institution that have, investments, yes, lending, yes, but in all of this, you are protected. There's an insurance angle to what the services that we render to you. So if you're going to come to an organization such as mine, we offer you insurance coverage as part of the lending that we give to you. We have competitive interest rates. We have flexible repayment terms. We even cater for your investment needs. So I can assure you that there's no product or service that we're going to render to you that will not have insurance packaged or bundled with it. And you can go to sleep. You can have peace. Like you and Salah mentioned earlier, you can actually have that peace of mind. Again, having insurance in place helps you to be a credit-worthy business because, it demonstrates credit-worthiness to lenders, to potential partners, to potential traders. You have a lot of Nigerian SMEs now that are doing big things, partnering with companies in China, in Vietnam, and they're going to ask you for your CAC, they're going to ask you for your sun cap and all of that. And then eventually you're going to get to that conversation. Do you have insurance in place? And you find out that more often than not, there is no insurance. So if you want to put your business in the right position to expand, to grow, to be credible, to be credit worthy, to be financially strong, you cannot escape finance, insurance, and funding. And it's a protection really for you, and it's a risk mitigant. Thank you. Sorry, Esther, it seems you're muted.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Bimbola. I've learned quite a lot. I just learned that if you don't have insurance, you cannot get a loan. So I'm hearing this for the first time. I thought you could just walk to any loan company and get loan, but I think our SMEs, they are learning a whole lot. And the fact that you have a whole lot of loan benefits for our SMEs, I'm sure they are very, very interested. One thing I realized is I think insurance companies are not creating a lot of awareness for these SMEs. And that's why SMEs find it difficult to insure their companies, insure their goods, because with the recent outrage of fire outbreak we are experiencing right now, it is very important for SMEs to insure their businesses. And I hope SMEs, you are all learning from this. Thank you so much, Mr. Abimbola, once again. I have some questions for you, but I'll come back to you later. So, Mr. Bankole, over to you. Let's hear your take on the benefit of insurance for SMEs.
All right, thank you very much, Esther. So my friend, my brother, my professional colleague, Adewale, has said a whole lot about insurance. Our finance expert has said much more. I would not like to rehash everything they have said, but there's something I'd like to add to all they have said. Insurance gives you peace of mind, yes, but above all, apart from it giving you easier access to funds, to lending, insurance actually helps you protect your profits. I am sure for everybody who does business, if you're in the SME space, your primary concern is how to protect your profit. How do I keep this profit going and increasing? Insurance helps you protect that profit in the way and manner that you might before now not see in that light. And I will explain. SMEs actually are the lifeblood of the Nigerian economy, especially the private sector, right? Over 80% of employers in the private sector are SMEs. So have you wondered how the value insurance brings to your business actually ties to profit making? Let's say, for example, you deal in transporting goods from anywhere in the country to Lagos. One of the ways you could actually run into debt is if your goods, while they are in transit, actually get into some kind of accident or disarray. So what do you do in that instance? You try to run around, try to get police report, try to secure those goods in that particular location, for example, so that boys, as we call them, don't, you know what I mean? Insurance has a vehicle, a mechanism that actually helps you protect that kind of incident. It is called goods in transit, right? I would like to go really practice. It's called goods in transit. What goods in transit does is that from the warehouse to warehouse, that means from where you are taking it to where you are delivering it to, it helps you cover any mishap that might happen on the road. We see trailers all over the express just getting traded with goods all over the floor, and then you begin to tell yourself, they say this person don't enter. But with insurance, you protect that profit. No matter what happens to those goods from warehouse to warehouse, you are protected. That is protecting your profit. A lot of SMEs will tell you that the challenge they have is in terms of employee dishonesty. So you find employees cooking the books and doing all sorts of funny attitude to actually eat into your profit margin. So there's an insurance in place for that. I am very sure a lot of people do not realize there's what we call fidelity guarantee. So what that means, it helps you protect you from unscrupulous employees, right? That's again protecting your profits. Apart from fidelity guarantee, again, Adewale actually mentioned it in passing. See, we have seen it in this part of the world. When a company that is not adequately invested in insurance, maybe a member of staff dies, what is the first thing they do? Everybody comes together to begin to raise money, maybe for the partner or for the family. Say, he was a good man. No, yeah. They contribute money to give to that family. Sometimes the company dips their hand into their pocket to actually add to whatever the members of staff contribute. There is what is actually a compulsory insurance called group life insurance. Any company that has more than 5 and above employees is by law, supposed to have what we call group life cover. An SME by definition has 10 to 199 employees. So if you're an SME owner here, you do not have group life. One, you are breaking the law, you are running foul of the law. Then two, you are shortchanging yourself because life must always happen. People will say, life will not happen to me. I do Hallelujah challenge every midnight. Okay, God forbid. So if God forbid, so it is not my portion. Whose portion? Esther, is it your portion? Is it your portion, Adiola? So whose portion? But then it is some people's portion. It will always happen. Things happen every day and every time. It does not matter whatever your level of spirituality. It does not matter whatever your level of belief. Life must always happen. So insurance is that thing you put in place to institutionalize that protection that you seek. You may say, I have an uncle who is well to do now. If anything happened to me, I'll go meet Uncle Adewale who sort me 2 million naira. My business will bounce back. What if you go meet him at the point where he is at his financial low? So what happens? You begin to say he's a bad uncle. He's not been doing well, blah, 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 blah. So what insurance gives you is to institutionalize that protection that you sorely need. It means that whatever happens, you don't need to go meet any individual and be subject to their situation or their whims and caprices. You are protected by default. That's what insurance. So for anybody who runs an SME, one of the first things you should consider is to put this specific insurance in place. And if you have a business premises, shout out to my people in Lagos Island. You need to see the way these guys literally build their shop and arrange their ways to overlap each other. They are serious fire hazards. We all know that. So why are you not taking a portion of your total possible profit to insure those businesses? And let me shock you, some of the cost of insuring some of those their businesses might not be worth to the amount some of these people sell very quality lace material 5 yards. It is very interesting, but people don't see it that way. They think insurance is a lot of money. No, because it is a promise. So what is insurance? I like to talk that insurance is simply a promise. I promise you, Adewale and Sons, that if anything happens to your business, like fire, like water, like theft, like this, to make sure that everything that is stolen or lost is given back to you to the financial amount we have agreed. That is insurance. So it's almost like you protecting your risk. They say insurance is risk management. It is not chance. You know, when you say something is about chance, that is betting. When you say chance, it could be positive or negative. But risk is almost always associated with negative, right? So what insurance does is to help you protect the possibility of negativity. You are not supposed to have insurance and at the end of the day suffer a loss and you still feel at loss after insurance has affected. What do I mean? Insurance is supposed to restore you. Do you have one car before? Something happened to that your truck that you used to deliver. It was an accident, the truck is worth 4 million naira, you've insured it. Insurance is supposed to restore you to the tune of that 4 million naira truck. Right? So it is a restorer. It is not something that you benefit from. You can't have a 4 million naira truck and want to come and claim for 10 million. Insurance doesn't work like that. The whole idea is just take me back to the level I was before this disaster happened. That is insurance. So for me, benefit for SMEs, the number one and the most critical is to protect your profit. So you know that if anything happens, that my profit where they make, nothing is lost. We talk about business continuity. We talk about business interruption insurance. For people who have all those big generators, you run machineries, and you know that if this machine breaks down today, maybe I used to produce 10 of these products, I'll be able to produce 7. You have lost profit on 3, right? So insurance is supposed to help you recover the loss on those 3. So it takes you back to that particular situation that you are supposed to be. And I cannot overemphasize group life insurance too much because it is not just legal, it is actually moral too. Moral in the sense that you have employees, they are human beings. Some of them take bikes to their respective homes. What if they are on a bike and they break their leg and they can't come to the office? Or you lose the benefit of that person's productivity, then of course you lose your peace of mind in a way because this person, now what do we do? Yeah, go and greet him at home, raise money, buy this, buy that. But with group life insurance, you have protection for even temporary disability. You're able to recoup some of the money. And if the person is permanently disabled, there is something for them. So insurance is not a far-fetched, it's not that highfalutin word that you begin to throw around just because you want to make money. Insurance is that thing that you invest in, that you involve yourself in because you want to protect the money you are making. It is very important. It's very important because if all of us are able to guarantee return of our investment, it is very, very, very important that we can now begin to build on that to talk about return on investment. There are 2 different things. I put 10 naira in a business. I don't want the money to even go down. So minimum my 10 naira gets back to that's return of investment. But return on investment is every percentage that you make on that 10 naira. So if you can guarantee return on investment first as the baseline for an SMEs, then you are in business because it means that you would break even no matter what. So what insurance does for you is help you protect your profit. And in addition to what everybody has said, I would like you to keep that at the back of your mind. Do you want to sustain that profit? Do you want to maintain that profit? Insurance is what you need to look into. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bankole. I've seen news from another angle. return on investment is different from return on investment. Thank you so much. I have some questions for you, but I'll come back to you. So, Miss Adiola, can we have your take on this topic? 10 minutes, the floor is yours.
All right, so I agree with everything that all the speakers that have spoken before me have said, and I would like to take it from a different angle. And the first thing I would say is insurance is not a nice to have, it is a must have. So a few years ago, I worked with a client who lost like an entire warehouse to fire. You know, some of the speakers have spoken about how fire is such a threat, and they had insurance actually. And they had the documents, they even had backups, but they did not have a system. And there was basically no operational intelligence behind their protection. So fine, you have insurance right now, yeah. And how do you go about making sure that there's a system of intelligence, of operational intelligence to the insurance that you have? So when that fire happened, what they really lost was not the building that they had, it was their time, their coordination and clarity. Everyone was basically reacting. No one was predicting. And that was when I realized that there's a huge difference between having protection and being prepared, because that moment shifted my entire perspective. To me, insurance is not just a policy. It's not just something that you need to, that is nice to have. It is a pillar of operational intelligence. It is the bridge between risk mitigation and business immortality. Because like I said earlier, I am all about building businesses that live forever. So traditionally, we've treated insurance like a safety net, something that you fall into after life happens. And just like the previous speaker said, that Mr. Bankole, but in today's world, that is not enough, because the smartest businesses are not waiting for impact. They are engineering things. The truth is that there will always be risks, there will always be things, accidents that will happen. You have to engineer resilience into your system, into your business systems. So also the smart using their data, history, and policy structures as inputs into their operational systems. So that's why I call, or that's what I call operational intelligence, which is building systems that are 90% predictive and proactive, and only 10% reactive. Now, this is not just theory. It sounds like theory. Like, what do you mean by 90% predictive and proactive and only 10% reactive? Research supports this shift. It's not just theory. According to the IFC, SMEs with structured operational systems are 43% more likely to access growth funding, right? And why? Because investors and insurers trust order. My fellow speakers have spoken about how having insurance is also a way, is necessary for you to get funding, right? So it's not just a nice to have, basically. They trust structure and they trust businesses that think ahead. And again, PwC, found that digitally mature SMEs that embed intelligence into their daily systems, it's not just something that you do once in a while, it's a daily thing, recover from any disruption 2.4 times faster. So that's what happens basically when insurance is not treated as a fallback. It's not something that is a nice to have. It is but when it is treated as a feedback loop for smarter operations. And here's how I see it. Insurance is one of the most underutilized sources of operational data in any business, even especially in Nigeria, right? Every claim you file tells you something about your process. Every renewal points you to patterns in your business, and every risk assessment is actually a business intelligence report in disguise. So you can predict risks and not just react to them. You can refine your systems before any disruption happens. McKinsey in 2024 SS reports that when small, medium-sized use predictive analytics in their insurance and risk operations, they can reduce their claim cost by up to 30%. And that's not an incremental game. Gain that information, if you ask me. It is proof that intelligence doesn't just replace insurance, it amplifies it basically. So when I work with SMEs, I never ask them, do you have insurance? That's a basic question if you ask me. I ask them, how does your insurance strategy connect with your operations, with your data, and your decision-making rhythms? Because that's where the gaps and opportunities usually hide. For instance, are your insurance policies designed around how your processes actually work, or is just around your assets? Do your claims your claims data inform your preventive maintenance, your strategy, your renewal and review cycles align with your operational review timelines? And this is basically what separates companies that survive disruption from those that go through it. Because when insurance becomes a part of your operational rhythm, it stops being an expense. It's no longer a nice to have. It stops being an expense, and it becomes an enabler of your business. So disruption is no longer an event. Yeah, Mr. Bankole has reiterated that and spoken about that a lot. It is the new normal. It's a rhythm. It's a rhythm of modern business everywhere. And the question is not if it is intelligently structured, are you to absorb it as a business? And insurance on its own is very essential. But when you now embed it into your DNA, like the DNA of your operations, when it becomes part of your data, part of your decision making, part of your design, that's when your business stops reacting, proacts evolving. So yes, insurance protects, and then there's another layer that you should add, which is intelligent to preserve. So because in my own world, intelligence is the new insurance, basically. And that's why that's what I basically build for organizations, systems that think and adapt. And when others fall, you are still standing. So that's how I basically build businesses that live forever. Yeah. So thank you.
Miss Adiola, it was nice having you. I've heard a lot, and I like the fact that you came in from another angle. So I like the fact that every speaker has had different angles to this particular topic, and I hope our SMEs watching, they are learning a lot, and even when they come back to watch this, they are learning one or two things from it. Thank you so much, Ms. Adiola. It was nice having you. So before we dive into the questions, we actually have a sponsor for this month edition, and our sponsor is no other than Fast Credit. And I would like to say, Miss Abimbola, can you hear me? Miss Abimbola?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so please, you have the floor to talk about the different loans, the different things you offer to SMEs, and how they can contact and reach you, because I definitely know that a lot of SMEs, they need this loan to grow their businesses. So please, the floor is yours. Okay, so after that, we'll be going into questions and answers.
Yes. Thank you so very much. Like I mentioned, we at Fast Credit, we are a finance house duly licensed by Central Bank of Nigeria. We have 8 branches across the Federation. We've been in existence for over 11 years now. So we are proud of what we've done so far. And we have a focus right now, and our focus are SMEs. Now, as part of our quest to serve SMEs, we have drawn up products that are unique and able to serve SMEs and meet their needs, both as it pertains to their business and also for their personal lives. So for instance, our most recent partnership is with the Bank of Industry, and we have come up with a product where we are able to lend to SMEs at a rate that you probably cannot get anywhere else in Nigeria. We are giving out SME loans at 9% per annum. That comes to about 0.75% a month, which, like I said, it is part of our commitment to empowering SMEs and providing business support. If you go to a commercial bank now, all loans in Nigeria are double digits. I'm sure you agree with me. And you have loans going as far as high as 28 29-30% per month, and we are offering loans for SMEs. Now, our SME lending is dependent on the size. We offer loans to medium, small, and micro companies, as SMEs, the name implies. We offer loans at 0.75%. For the higher end of our loans still come at a fairly reasonable rate, which is at 4%. We do transactions between 1 million up to 100 million, depending on our focus is widespread. So depending on the business that you bring to fore, we are able to provide you support. So we do trading, manufacturing, services, and all the assets available in Nigeria. I've mentioned that we are only into insurance-backed lending. We are into ethical lending, so there's nobody that's going to come and harass you and terrorize you. And as implied by our name, our services are very fast. We pride ourselves actually on being able to receive a request and push it through in the most efficient way possible. Now, beyond lending, we also like to support our partners. So we also provide, support, trainings, educational systems. Part of what we do is for companies that are not yet registered. We provide some services where we could give you the right direction and support that you would need to make your company duly registered. And our head office is located at Motorway Center, Alausa, Lagos. We also have a branch office in Ikoyi, as at Ikoyi Plaza, off Awolowo Road, that's on Kefi. We have branches in Lagos, Oyo State, Abuja, Port Harcourt, and across several states of the Federation. I can assure you that the products that you can get at Fast Credit also go beyond lending and beyond SME. So we are strong when it comes to investment also. And again, I can comfortably and confidently say that the investments that we do are at rates higher than what you can get at the commercial banks. So you tend to get more bang for your buck. We have interest rates from up 10% into the higher echelons, depending on the amount you are investing and the tenor of the loan that you want to take. Now, our lending products is not just for SMEs alone. We have buy now, pay later, where you can use to acquire assets, be it fixed assets or the television, an air conditioner for your business, whatever it is that you want to do, we are able to fund it for you. Beyond the buy now, pay later, we also have our travel now, pay later, where you're going on a holiday, you need to put some funds in place to secure a ticket. Yes, we do lending and we're able to take care of that for you as well. We have rent now, pay later. Renting in apartments in Lagos or even in Abuja right now comes so expensively priced. People might not be ready to take up the financial responsibilities of an apartment or a building or an office complex, or even just see an opportunity to buy a shop somewhere. I keep making reference to our trader customers in Lagos. We've had customers that have had a sudden need to acquire a shop or a warehouse, and we've been able to step in and provide the funding that they require at affordable rates and in the shortest possible time. So yes, we have rent now, pay later. We do public sector funding, we do private sector lending as well. So if you are an employee of an organization, or if you are a member of the civil service in Nigeria, we also have loan products available to you. So bottom line is that our products, our services range across lending and investments. And either way, either of them, we are strong and we provide the best service possible. So like I mentioned, our head office is our Motorway Center at Alausa, Lagos, just on the off the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. Our website is www.fastcredit-ng.com. If you want to indicate interest in lending, then you can send us a notification at w-ng loan, or you can 0913-709-5376. I'm the divisional head SME banking, so you can also reach me directly on my mobile number, which is 0803-408-3346. And our products, our products offer support for your business to protect you, to ensure that, you can have business continuity. Your products can be available to you. You are protected against default. You have financial stability. We enhance your creditworthiness. We help you to mitigate risk. We support your business expansion and other things. And we keep on coming back to the fact that you get a peace of mind concerning what you are doing and what you are chasing. So Fast Credit is that partner that you want with you on the journey to expanding your business and taking your business to the next level. We have a mobile app where you can also open an account, have a wallet, invest in our target savings products. So we have savings and investment products, and this you can download our mobile app from the Play Store or the iOS store, and log on and have a fantastic experience. Like I said, we've been around for 11 years. We love what we do. We are very good at what we do. We also love giving back to the community. So part of what we have up our sleeve is that we have a scholarship program which we do for the children of the people that learned from us. So right now we have a scholarship scheme ongoing for the children of the Nigerian Police Force officers, and we give a scholarship of 250,000 naira to 40 students. And we did it last year. We've just concluded the one for this year. We'll be going live with our results very soon. Fast Credit is that partner that you want to have in your books, be it if you're a public sector lender, a private sector person, an SME business, or that wants this necessary support.
Thank you so much. Thank you. You guys are doing a fantastic job. I think I know the one I'm interested in. Travel now, pay later. I want that loan.
Thank you so much. To hear from you then.
Of course, I definitely will. So you can as well just drop your numbers on the chat box so that when people come back, they can see the way they need to contact you, your email, the WhatsApp number, your WhatsApp number, the company's number, anything they need to, they can use to contact you, because it will be very useful to them. Thank you so much. So right now, we're just going to go into the session of questions and answers. And in no particular order, I'm going to be asking these questions. So we've talked about different angles of SMEs, and we said there are different types of insurance. And so how can SMEs choose the right insurance? How can SMEs choose the right insurance provider and policy for their needs, like for their businesses? How do they know the right insurance to choose? How do they know which one is better for them and which one is more profitable for their business? So in no particular order, I'm going to be starting with Ms. Adeola.
Right.
Ms. Adeola, can you hear me? All right,
Yes,
thank you.
I can hear you. Okay, so based on my own perspective, the smartest way is not just to look for the cheapest premium, because I know everybody's always about, oh, what's the cheapest premium? It's basically to look for alignment. And what I mean by alignment is that should your business model, your operational rhythm, and your risk exposure points, because it's basically a partnership. It is not a transaction. And in operational intelligence, we call that a systemic fit. For example, a business with strong data systems and preventive controls should negotiate for a proactive proactive coverage incentives, because their risk profile is smarter, not riskier. And I talked about the IFC earlier. The SMEs with structured operational systems are 43% more likely to access better financial products, and insurance is included in this because they are seen as intelligent risks, basically. So I would say pick a provider who understands your intelligence and not just your industry.
Thank you so much. Pick a provider who understands your intelligence and not just your industry. I like that. SMEs, I hope you're taking note of that. Mr. Adewale, can you please do justice to the question?
Okay, thank you so much. In insurance, I believe that for any SME or any service provider, For us in Coronation, we don't just sell insurance. We identify our customers' need. We try to get what they do, and we check the visibility of their business, and how do we come in terms of risk management, because what insurance simply means you transferring the risk of your business to us. So if you sell paint, definitely we know that you need to take burglary and theft, because you might end up having a full warehouse, and how do you manage the risk involved is to make sure that you put a burglary and theft in place in case you have funny employee who will cut away with few paints. And what if in case of burglary at night, people coming into your warehouse and also cut it away. Then the third one you need to take is fire, because those particular products are chemical in nature, and once the fire starts, it is called total loss, because it's chemical, it will be difficult for you to manage the hazard. So for anybody who go into that kind of business, we know what we advise them to take. We do a combined all risk for them. So inside that combined all risk, you have fire, burglary, theft, any associated risk that can come into play and send you back to total loss. That is what we advise you. Those who are into importation, we advise them to take marine, and all these things we are mentioning. For example, marine is statutory also, because it's very important for anybody who's into importation. It's part of your documentation. They will check at the port before they can even clear your goods that you have marine. So you will have done that before the goods get into the country. And for those who sell cars, they take fire. For those homeowners, like for property owners in Nigeria, and I'm liking what the regulatory body is doing recently, making third-party compulsory for motorists, making property insurance compulsory for landlords, because we have seen in the past whereby when there's a fire incident, the landlord will move on. What about the tenant? Tenant in the long run at the receiving end. There may be somebody who just started his life, and upon moving into your apartment, there's a fire outbreak, and then the person has to go back to village. But that is why we are in business also, to advise people, advise business owners to always make sure that they have insurance in place. Like you said in your previous statement, that the awareness. So we are doing much of our awareness in Coronation. It's all over our website. We do a lot of podcasts. We do a lot of webinars. We do a lot of radio programs to make sure that we sensitize our customers to know that you need insurance. You need insurance in all ramifications. You need insurance for life. You need insurance for property. In fact, insurance is what you need as your daily activity. You need insurance in everything you do. And for those who think that because I don't have insurance, what will happen? You need insurance, because in Nigeria, because we're a religious country, most people are covered with the blood of Jesus, and then they will tell you, don't worry, I will pray over it. You need insurance because we have a lot of insurance that people can even take in. Educational insurance policy in terms of life, investment insurance policy, we have them. A lot of insurance products that people can buy. All we just need to do is to identify the customer need. Oh, this person is actually talking towards child educational plan. Okay, I think we need to advise him on how to plan around that, the duration, the frequency of payment. Oh, this customer is talking about group life for his workers. We know how to do that and make sure we advise you properly. Is the person talking about personal life insurance, which is we call it individual life insurance in Coronation? We know how to advise you. And when it comes to property, goods in transit, all those kind of insurance, we know, even travel insurance. And mind you, people don't know that we buy insurance unknowingly in Nigeria just because we felt it's a documentation requirement. E.g., you are processing a visa. In your visa requirement, your travel agency person has already helped you to open a travel insurance policy for you. You don't know, but you are just paying. It is when you're not going, this travel insurance. But we ordinarily, if we market you that, you say, I don't need it that, but you pay to an agent that will reach out to us on your behalf also. So people need to know that insurance is part of their daily routine. It's what they need to do. We have micro insurance that people can key into, and the premiums are so cheap, affordable. Nigerians need to know that insurance is affordable. It's not expensive. You just need to know, you need to buy insurance according to your risk
appetite. So that's what I wanted to say to the question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Dewale. You've done justice to the question. So, Mr. Bimbola, can you please answer the question for us? Hello,
So
Mr.
your
Bimbola.
question was, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
So your question was about.
Should I repeat the question?
Yes, please.
Okay, I said, I said that how can SMEs choose the right insurance provider and the policy they need for their business?
Okay, so before you can talk about choosing the right insurance provider, you need to do your research. You need to do your homework. You're not just looking for, someone to give you an insurance policy. You need a partner for life, a partner for your business, depending on what you need insured. So one, you need to look at the reputation of the organization that's, the company that you are taking insurance from. Their ratings, their reviews, feedback from others. Look at their financial strength, because you're not going to go and pick a mom and pop shop insurance company. There are people that will enter the market and be telling you about insurance. Meanwhile, where's their office? You find out that it's probably just another shop inside that market, and you bought a car of 150 million, and then they are now, when it's time to pay, it becomes a problem. You need to look at the premium. Insurance there's not really much room for darkness there. You find out that the rates are about the same across board with minor differences here and there. So the premium should not really be your major motivation, but you have to look at, their claim process, their claim payment history, their support. Again, you look at the kind of insurance that you need. Do you need goods in transit insurance? Are you, a trader, you have a shop in the market? Is it fire insurance that is going to cover you? Do you have a large number of staff? Do you need credit life insurance to ensure that all your staff that travel up and down, or maybe logistics, there's a lot of activity to make sure that your staff are insured in case of anything, they are protected. And of course, you yourself, you can actually take up life insurance for yourself to safeguard your children, your family, in the case of, an act of God that happens to take your life, or something happens to you, or even you're out of business. You can even insure your job such that if you're out of business or out of work for a while, something comes in for you. And from our aspect, we ensure that our lending customers have insurance in place such that if there's any challenge in the line of them running their business, be it fire, be it burglary, be it loss of life, there's a safety net to ensure that not all parties are protected and we do not lose out. So those are the key factors you need to look at. Who are you going to choose? Why are you choosing them? And what kind of insurance do you need from them?
Thank you so much, Ms. Abimbola. So before, you guys have really spoken on this topic, but I think before choosing the right insurance provider, there are some factors that should be considered while choosing this insurance option. So I'm just going to ask the 2-in-1 questions, right? So what factors should SME consider when evaluating insurance policy? And how can SMEs ensure they have adequate coverage without overpaying? Because I think one of the reasons why a lot of SMEs don't want to go into insurance, have insurance for their business, is because they feel like they need to pay a lot to have this insurance for their business. And a whole lot of people don't want to lose that money. So I think a typical SME will be thinking like, okay, I'm paying this money every month, but what if nothing happens to me? I'm already losing so much. So what are those factors that SMEs need to consider? What are those factors SMEs need to consider when evaluating their insurance policy? And how can they ensure they have adequate coverage without overpaying for insurance? So I'm going to start with Mr. Banjo. Hello, Mr. Banjo.
Hi. So thank you very much for that question. So in terms of policy evaluation, the kind of policy an SME should take. So let me shock you by stating that there are over 50 insurance companies in Nigeria, and literally all of us will sell almost the same type of plans, right? It is even almost regulated that the rates, like Abimbola said, all the rates are usually the same. The difference is just the additional you get up. Do you understand? The riders that you get. So that's what makes it different. So that then beggars the question that is it about the policy or the provider? right? You asked the question the other time, what do you look out for in insurance, in the kind of provider for you to engage? Abibola has actually mentioned a lot of it, but I like to summarize because I like to bring my point forward in ways that you could actually remember. So I have the acronym for this, I call it VALID, VALID. Like I said, policies are almost generic in the insurance space, but you have to have this valid point in your head for you to now select the right person to give you the right policy. Number one, V for visibility. See, there are loads of what do I call it? Briefcase insurance companies, I am sorry to say. So visibility means, can you see them? When I say see them, it might not be physical building. Do you go to their social media and see that they are socially active? You could see engagement there. You could see when their app is up and functional. Visibility, how visible are they? Insurance is a promise. Even in marriage is a contract, right? Just like insurance, there is a marriage certificate. That's why you have insurance policy. So you have a certificate from a company that you cannot even see. You don't even know how they look like, what their culture is. It's a problem because again, it is not a tangible product we are selling. We are selling intangibles, and that means there has to be some kind of connection, which is why most insurance sales are done one-on-one. Over 90% of insurance sales are done by somebody talking to somebody or talk to a middleman, called a broker or an agent. So visibility, very important. Number two, accessibility. Accessibility means I'm able to pick up the phone and call them and somebody picks the call, not that I will be kept on hold for 30 minutes, 20 minutes, nobody's answering me. I'm able to shoot them a DM on Instagram and they're able to respond to me. Not that I'll be there, nobody is saying anything. Are they accessible? You need to have an insurer that is accessible because life happens 24 hours of the day. You don't want an insurer that, okay, because it is Sunday afternoon, they will not respond to my name. Accessibility. Number three, for L, that is local knowledge. See, insurance as a concept itself came from abroad, right? It is not a local thing, but a lot of us are finding a way to localize insurance. That means we look at our local, our local uniqueness. We bring that unique local flavor into insurance. So if your insurance is still talking in languages over your head, then you need to reconsider. You need to think carefully because the local nuances in insurance is very important. Or else you just be talking technical terms in insurance, and insurance is full of technical jargon. So I've spoken about V, visibility, A, accessibility, L, local knowledge. Then I call it intentionally nimble. You know, you can be nimble unintentionally, but an insurer that is able to bend back to satisfy your need. So, like I mentioned, there are lots of technical jargons. There are things we call surrender value. They say your policy has lapsed, all of those jargons that they speak. You need to find an insurer that say, despite regulation or technical jargon saying this policy has lapsed, how do we ensure you still get value one way or the other? That is an insurance that is technically nimble, that is intentionally nimble. They are not doing it because, oh, this person knows the CEO, this person knows my organ. They are doing it because it is their culture to ensure that you derive value come what may. And lastly, which is very important, Abibola mentioned it too, they have to be distinctly solvent. Solvent means there is time, they have the financial strength, they have the financial wherewithal to be able to attend to your insurance needs at every point in time. So it is not enough for them to be visible. It is not enough for you to be able to access them. It's not enough for them to have local knowledge. It's not enough for them to be intentionally nimble. In fact, they have to be definitely solvent, distinctly so, because if they do not have the financial wherewithal to attend to your risk, there is a problem. So there are a couple of insurers who you could take weeks processing your claims. It is a sign of insolvency. So, right, so when you want to choose a provider, you need to consider them because the provider is much more important than the policy you have chosen, right? Because a provider that is valid in this instance will always guide you right. A provider that is valid will always ensure that you get the best policy that is best fit for your district. I'm talking about an insurer that is valid. They don't come bigger than Sanlam Allianz. And I do not like to really sell the biggest brand in Africa. The brand sells itself, right? Sanlam Allianz is a measure of the biggest insurer in Africa, Sanlam, and the most recognizable insurance brand in the world, Allianz. Sanlam Allianz is in 27 countries in Africa, and we are in 32 states in Nigeria. There are very few insurers who has these valid credentials.
Thank you, Mr. Bankole. Thank you so
Thank you
much.
very much. Yeah.
Yes. So, Ms. Abimbola, can you please do justice to this question? Hello, Ms. Abimbola.
Hi, Esther.
Okay, so did you get the question or we have to come back?
No, I got the question, and I was
Okay.
actually very interested in Mr. Bankole's response and his valid acronym,
Valid
which
for yeah.
yes, so that makes it very easy for the general public to understand what to look out for. And I think he said it all in a nutshell. Yeah, and this I had referred to it when I spoke about it earlier. What to look out for in an insurance company. Then another thing Nigerians make a mistake in doing a lot of times is they look for unscrupulous companies that will undervalue that good for them because they want to pay less. But you find out that by the time it's time for you to cash in your insurance claim, they're only going to pay you a percentage of what you've paid. So if your car is worth 250 million and you got someone to value it for you at 50 million and you paid a premium based on that, by the time you're going to have a claim, they're going to pay you based on that value, not on the actual value of the car. So I agree that yes, you should look for reputable firms who you're going to partner with when you need to put up insurance, either for your SME business or in any other area of your life.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bimbola. Ms. Adiola, do you have anything to add to this question?
Okay, yeah. So I'll just take it from the operations layer also. So I tell people like, don't just pick a provider, pick a partner in predictivity. Yeah, I like the acronyms that Mr. Bankole was using. And I also believe that predictivity should also be embedded in it. You want a provider who values data discipline, a provider that values your operational structure and also your proactivity, especially if you're a very proactive business, right? And you have proactivity embedded in your business. So you should ask some questions. You should ask like, do they analyze, like, does this insurance company analyze claim trends to help you prevent future losses? And you should also ask, like, do they integrate data tools with your systems? Like, do their data tools integrate with your own systems? You can also ask if they recognize your efforts to reduce risk through better operations. So these questions tells you who understands the intelligence, which is the operational intelligence of your business, and then who is just selling products. Yeah, so I feel the layer of predictivity is also very important.
Thank you so much, Ms. Adiola. Mr. Adewale, do you have anything to add to the topic?
Yeah, thank you so much. We understand that for every insurer in Nigeria, your strength is your claim, is your ability to pay claim. So we measure the strength from the angle of claim. We measure the strength from the angle of customer experience. We also we measure the strength. We measure the whole thing from the angle of even underwriting process, because for every insurer in Nigeria, these key things are very important. How flexible are you when it comes to managing your customers' request? Then even when the customer now come on board, what are the things? How do you take them through that customer experience journey to make them feel part of the family? Is very key, and that is also what we need. And what we call something in claims TAT, which is turnaround time. How fast do you pay claim? If I file for a claim, is it under 24 hours? Is it under 36 hours? Those are the strengths of any insurance company you want to pick in Nigeria. And I can guarantee you that there are few that can handle that. But in Coronation, we manage all those key points. We check those points with our customer. When we onboard them, the customer experience journey, we let them know what is happening. Even the claim process is as seamless. We have a portal that we call Claims Portal. Customer can actually file claims by themselves, process the claim, and get value for their claim. We have a retail portal, we have the customer angle, we have the claims angle. So what we are doing here is that we are making insurance very flexible and seamless for customers. And there is no customer that will go through such experience that will not want to come back. Because when you put those things in place, it gives your company edge. It gives customer assurance that, oh, if you go to this place, you don't need to interface with their staff. They have every technology that can handle customer requests on the go. For every application we have in Coronation, we also create customer application. So when we are onboarding you, we share the application with you. The customer can actually handle claims process themselves They can handle sales process themselves. They can buy themselves, do everything. So those are the things any SME need to check. The strength of the customer, the strength of the company in terms of claim process, the turnaround time, the underwriting process, and the customer experience journey. With that, it's a win-win for both customer and the company they are dealing with. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Adewale. Okay, now that you've talked about claims, this leads us to our third question. Yeah. So, what are the common mistakes SMEs please do when they file for claims? So what are the common mistakes SMEs make when filing insurance claims, and how can they avoid them? Because it's inevitable, right? So since you talked about claim, let's start with you.
All right, thank you. In insurance, that is what we have this statement, or let me say a nomenclature we use that call utmost good fit. When you are starting the partnership with any insurance company or with us, we expect you to declare the worth of your goods. It is what you declare that we are going to use to process your claim. And because trust is also needed when it comes to this kind of business. If you call your property 40 million, at the back of your mind, if the property is 100 million, when you are filing for claim, our claims team will work on the 40 million you declare. So we need customers to be very transparent when they are declaring all these things for us, because it's a business of contract. I'm trying to protect, or I'm trying to cover for a goods of 100 million. Let it be 100 million. But customers these days, they come with, sometimes, in fact, we experience all these things when in the case of motor, when a car worth 40 million, because of premium payment, customer will reduce premium by themselves and say, oh, I think, do you think I should insure the car for 30 million? You know very well that there is inflation in place. The car you bought 12 million today can be 50 million next year. And by the time you have a claim and you are buying that same particular part, you are buying higher, it will make even the proceed of the claim paid to you useless. So SMEs need to be very transparent and be truthful. Because when you are truthful, your insurance will be there. The purpose of that we call ourselves insurance, because we are managing your risk. What we are saying, transfer your risk to us and let us manage it. You just do your business. Let us start as a risk partner. While you are doing that, we want you to be as truthful as possible and be transparent. That alone, you are good to go in insurance. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Adewale. Mr. Banjo, please, can you answer the question first? Sorry.
So my professional colleague has actually answered the question. The basis of insurance, the principle of insurance itself is utmost good faith. So if you run afoul of that, then everything else falls flat, right? So be honest in your declarations, be honest in your dealings with us. Rest assured that we will always meet you at the point of your honesty. So if you are 70% honest, we will be there 70% for you. And there is no way we will not know this issue, because we have risk assessors, we have people. Not
They say wake insights in business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility
professionalism, and business service of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Once we made the world's red gold palm oil that built nations. We wove ashoke that told our stories. We crafted leather that walked across continents. Today, we are doing it again. But this time, we own the narrative, powered by makers, artisans, designers, chefs, and dreamers who believe local is the new global. Business Day's Go Local Summit 2025 brings them all together. Go local, from raw potential to market power. For exhibitions, sponsorship, or partnerships, call Rachel on 0806 420 3499 or send a mail to rachel.edache@businessdayonline.com.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello, this is News Update brought to you live on Business Day Television News Studio in Lagos, Nigeria. I am Amanda Imasigoe. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. The Senate has urged Finance Minister Wale Edun to urgently review the new 30% capital gain tax on large share sales after the Nigerian Stock Exchange lost 2 trillion naira in value last week. The tax hike introduced under the Nigerian Tax Act 2025 raises CGT on share disposals above 150 million naira from 10 to 30% and is due to take effect in January 2026. Senate Capital Market Committee Chair Osita Izunaso says the sudden change has rattled investors and triggered panic selling, warning that while taxation is vital, fiscal policy must not damage investor confidence or long-term capital growth. According to reports, lawmakers have planned to engage the finance minister to delay the policy's rollout and protect market stability, while fiscal reform chief Taiwo Oyedele clarified that the new tax will not apply retroactively to gains made before 2026. Still on, Airtel Africa has announced that its senior independent non-executive director, Andrew Green, will retire on January 29, 2026, after more than 6 years on the board. Sega Garbias will succeed Green as senior independent director, while Cynthia Gordon takes over as chair of the remuneration committee, as Airtel chair Sunil Bharti Mittal praised Green's leadership and integrity, describing his impact as a lasting one. The announcement follows a strong half-year performance for Airtel Africa, as revenue rose 25.8% year-on-year to $2.98 billion, with data income up 37%, overtaking voice revenue for the first time. According to reports, profit after tax also soared 375% to $376 million, driven by rising data usage and wider 4G and 5G coverage, as the telecom company says it plans to invest up to $900 million in 2026 to expand its network and data center capacity across Africa. Away from that story, the Court of Appeal in Abuja has struck out a £400,159,098 legal field case filed against Ned Nwoko solicitors over a foreign debt recovery contract involving the Oyo State government. Delivering judgment, Justice Abba Bello Mohammed ruled that the Federal High Court lacked jurisdiction to hear the dispute, describing it as a simple contract matter that should have been filed at the State High Court. The appeal was filed by Ned Nwoko solicitors Lillian Nwoko, Chinedu Nwoko, and Linus International Limited against Femi Kehinde and Co., who had demanded a 40% share of legal fees and reimbursement for overseas arbitration costs. The appeals court's decision overturns the earlier ruling of Justice Binta Nyako, reaffirming that any judgment delivered without proper jurisdiction is invalid, striking out the suit entirely. Up ahead, Nigeria risks food crisis in 2026 as farmers threaten exit over post-harvest losses. We bring you more details after this timeout.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Attention, want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. Moving on, Nigeria could face a major food crisis in 2026 as farmers warn that rising costs, insecurity and post-harvest losses are driving many out of agriculture. From Niger to Nasarawa and Kaduna, farmers say high prices of fertilizer, fuel and labor have made farming unprofitable, accusing the government of neglect. According to the farmers, directives to cut food prices are unrealistic without subsidies or proper support, as many blame the collapse of the Anchor Borrowers Program for worsening the crisis, leaving smallholders in debt and despair. The UN Food and Agriculture Organization, however, projects that 34.7 million Nigerians could face severe food insecurity next year, citing conflict, economic shocks, and poor access to credit as key drivers of hunger. Experts are urging urgent intervention, from subsidized inputs to credit access to stronger rural security, as analysts warn that next year's harvest could be one of the smallest Nigeria has seen in decades if actions are not taken. The Nigerian Exchange Limited rebounded on Wednesday, closing trading in the green zone after suffering a 5.01% decline a day earlier. The all-share index rose by 2.88% to 145,403.83 points, while market capitalization appreciated by 2.59 trillion naira to close at 92.48 trillion naira. According to reports, the recovery followed a sharp sell-off on Tuesday, which saw the ASI plunge to 141,327.30 points in what analysts described as the steepest fall since 2010, leaving investors with a 4.64 trillion naira loss, as only 4 stocks appreciated while 61 declined. Sectoral performance mirrored the bullish sentiment as the banking index soared 7.39%, followed by insurance 6.95%, oil and gas 4.11%, consumer goods 2.27%, and industrial 0.43%, while only the commodity index declined slightly by 0.03%. Analysts, however, say the pattern of large block transactions reflected strategic repositioning after Tuesday's sharp market correction. Seplat Energy plc has announced the successful rehabilitation of 33 oil wells, with 26 currently producing about 30,000 barrels of oil per day, as part of efforts to bridge Nigeria's production gap and strengthen energy security. The company's chief operating officer, Samson Ezugbore, revealed that the milestone followed Seplat Energy's recent offshore asset acquisition, positioning the company to contribute more significantly to Nigeria's national production targets. A statement by the company's corporate communications manager, Stanley Okpara, noted that over 70 million Nigerians still lack access to electricity, while more than 170 million rely on biomass for cooking. On gas development, he revealed that Seplat Energy was close to delivering first gas from the joint venture ANOH gas processing plant and has commenced LPG cargoes from its upgraded Seplat gas. Presco PLC has announced the launch of its 236.69 billion naira rights issued on the Nigerian Exchange Limited, offering shareholders a 166.67 million ordinary shares of 0.50 naira each at 1,420 naira per share. The offer on the basis of one new share for every 6 held as of October 13, 2025 aims to give existing shareholders an opportunity to increase their equity in the company. According to a disclosure signed by the company's secretary, Frederick Ichekwa, the proceeds will fund greenfield and brownfield acquisitions to boost production capacity. The company reported strong financial results for the 9 months ending September 30th, 2025, with profit before tax rising by 108.2% to 139.7 billion naira and revenue increasing by 113.5% to 274.5 billion naira. On the back of this performance, Presco's board approved an interim dividend of 10 naira per share, while earnings per share rose by 114% to 110.79 naira, with the shares closing trade at 1,450 naira per unit. Still to come, South Sudan leader sacks powerful Vice President Bo Mel. This and more after this commercial break.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olujade.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back to the news updates. We now head to Africa. South Sudan's leader Salva Kiir has dismissed one of his vice presidents, Benjamin Boumel, who had been tipped as his possible successor. According to reports, Kiir stripped Boumel of his military rank of general, dismissing him from the National Security Service, while also sacking the central bank governor and the head of the Revenue Authority, both considered close allies of Boumel. The report revealed that no explanation was given for the dismissals, which were announced in a decree broadcast on state television. This comes when there are growing fears of political instability and a possible return to civil war after the recent collapse of a fragile power-sharing agreement between Kiir and opposition leader Riek Machar. Boumel, 47, was appointed vice president in February, replacing James Wani Iga, a veteran politician and general. Still on, South African President Cyril Ramaphosa tells United States President Donald Trump's decision to boycott the Group of 20 summit next week in Johannesburg remains their loss. The US has ratcheted up tensions with South Africa over widely rejected claims of persecution of white minority Afrikaners, which it vehemently denies, and its push for Israeli accountability over the genocide in Gaza, at the International Court of Justice. Speaking on Wednesday, Ramaphosa added that the United States needs to think again whether boycott politics actually works, adding that it doesn't work in his experience. Trump earlier on Friday announced that no U.S. official will attend this year's G20 summit on November 22nd and 23rd of leaders from 19 of the world's richest and leading developing economies, including the European Union and African Union. Trump cited South Africa's treatment of white farmers, which he has falsely labeled a genocide, writing on his Truth Social platform that it was a total disgrace that the G20 will be held in South Africa. Since returning to the White House in January, Trump has repeatedly claimed that the white South Africans are being violently persecuted and having their lands taken from them because of their race in the black majority country, a claim rejected by South Africa's government and top Afrikaner officials. On the foreign scene, the U.S. is set to make its final penny as the Philadelphia Mint will strike its last batch of the 1-cent coins on Wednesday after more than 230 years of production. The coins will remain in circulation while the phase-out has already prompted businesses to start adjusting prices as they say pennies are becoming harder to find. The government says the move will save money, as President Donald Trump put it in February when he first announced the plans. According to the Treasury Department, pennies which honor Civil War President Abraham Lincoln are made of copper-plated zinc. Today cost nearly 4 cents to make each, more than twice the cost of a decade ago. Estimating the decision to end the production will save about $56 million a year. Officials have argued that the rise of electronic transaction is making the penny, which first went into production in 1793, increasingly moot, as the Treasury Department estimates that about 300 billion of the coins will remain in circulation, far exceeding the amount needed for commerce. Away from that, research has revealed that the quarter of the world's population lives within 3 miles of operational fossil fuel projects, potentially threatening the health of more than 2 billion people, as well as critical ecosystems. The report by Amnesty International found that more than 18,300 oil, gas, and coal sites are currently distributed across 170 countries worldwide, occupying a vast area of the Earth's surface. Proximity to drilling wells, processing plants, pipelines, and other fossil fuel facilities elevates the risks of cancer, respiratory conditions, heart disease, premature birth and death, as well as posing grave threats to water supplies, air quality, and degrades land. Almost 500 million people, including 124 million children, now live within 0.6 miles of fossil fuel sites, while another 3,500 new sites are currently proposed or under development that could force 135 million more people to endure fumes, flares, and spills. Most active projects have reportedly created pollution hotspots, turning nearby communities and critical ecosystems into so-called sacrifice zones, heavily contaminated areas where low-income and marginalized groups bear the disproportionate burden of exposure to pollution and toxins. Up next is sport news after this break.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Back now to sports. Boxing promoter Eddie Hearn has revealed that Anthony Joshua could return to the ring before the end of 2025, suggesting it might be a low-profile bout to help the former heavyweight champion regain momentum. Anthony Joshua has been out of action since suffering a fifth-round stoppage loss to Daniel Dubois in September 2024, as the setback stalled his bid for another world title, delaying a long-anticipated showdown with Tyson Fury. Speaking to reporters, Hearn revealed that Anthony Joshua could take a tune-up fight before 2026, describing it as an informal return rather than a major event. The boxing promoter added that the purpose of the potential fight is simply to get Joshua back in the groove after a lengthy layoff. Joshua's loss to Dubois ended a run of 4 straight wins following back-to-back defeats to Alexander Usyk, who dethroned him as unified world heavyweight champion in 2021. To end the news, England manager Thomas Tuchel has warned that Jude Bellingham faces a battle to secure a place in England's starting lineup at the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Bellingham returns to Tuchel's squad for the final World Cup qualifiers against Serbia and Albania this week after missing the October internationals due to a shoulder injury. The 22-year-old had only just recovered from surgery when Tuchel decided not to include him for the matches against Wales and Latvia, a decision that allowed Aston Villa's Morgan Rogers to impress in the number 10 role. Rogers' strong performances have now created a selection dilemma for Tuchel as he prepares for next year's tournament in the United States, Canada, and Mexico. This is all we have for you on the news update this afternoon. Remember to follow us across all platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channels for more insights on BDTV. I am Amanda Imosibue. Many thanks for watching.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Once we made the world's red gold palm oil that built nations. We wove ashoke that told our stories. We crafted leather that walked across continents. Today, we are doing it again. But this time, we own the narrative, powered by makers, artisans, designers, chefs, and dreamers who believe local is the new global. Business Day's Go Local Summit 2025 brings them all together. Go local, from raw potential to market power. For exhibitions, sponsorship, or partnerships, call Rachel on 0806 420 3499 or send a mail to rachel.edache@businessdayonline.com.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.